Tonight we go back to the very beginning, not to a particular country or a particular century, but to the moment before any of that existed, before land, before water, before light itself had been spoken into being. That's where this story starts, and there's no better place to begin than in the dark, in the quiet, in the stillness that existed before the first word was said. So let yourself settle. If you're lying down, let your body grow heavy against whatever is beneath you. If you're sitting, let your shoulders fall. Let the day you've just lived through move to the edges of your awareness. The things you need to do tomorrow will still be there in the morning. Tonight they can wait. Take a slow breath, and then another. Notice how quiet it already is becoming. This is the direction we're heading. Towards something older than noise, older than worry, older than the particular shape your days have taken. We're heading toward the very first moment, the darkness before the light, the silence before the word, the held breath of a world that wasn't yet a world, only a vast and patient possibility. There's something in the human heart that responds to this story, even when it can't explain why. Perhaps because we all carry somewhere within us the memory of a time before things were complicated, before they were broken, before they required so much of us. The story of the beginning is also, in some sense, the story of what we're still reaching toward. An order, a goodness, a rest that was declared holy before we even knew what holy meant. Tonight we'll walk through it together, slowly, without hurry, from the first word of creation all the way to an evening field where a long promise quietly continues. The story is ready, and so, I think, are you. Before the world had a name, there was only darkness. Not an empty darkness, but a darkness full of something about to happen. This is where the story begins. Not with motion, not with sound, not with anything the eye could find or the hand could touch. The deep was formless, the waters were without shape, and over all of it, something moved, hovering the way a bird hovers over a nest, present and watchful, close and unhurried. The ancient Hebrew word for that hovering carries with it a sense of tender attention, of readiness, of a warmth already gathering over the cold dark before a single thing had been made. The world didn't yet know what it was. It hadn't yet been told. And then the first word was spoken, and the darkness heard it, and everything that would ever exist began from that single act of speech. Light. And there was light. Think about what that means. Not the finding of light that was already there, hidden somewhere in the deep, the speaking of light into a place where light had never been. The separation that followed, light drawn to one side, darkness to the other, was the first ordering, the first declaration that things could be distinguished from one another, that the world could be sorted into categories of meaning. The light was called good, the darkness was given its own name. Evening came, and then morning, and the first day settled into itself and rested in the silence between them. On the second day, a vault was stretched across the middle of the waters. Above the vault, water. Below the vault, water. And between them, the sky. That vast open space that would one day hold birds and clouds and the arc of every rainbow. The ancient world understood the sky as a dome, a great curved ceiling holding back the waters above it, making room for everything below. There's something in that image worth sitting with. The world isn't open in every direction without boundary. It's held. Something above is being kept in its place by an architecture the Maker himself designed, so that the space beneath it could be inhabited, could breathe, could fill slowly with living things. The second day ended, and the evening came, and the morning came after it. The third day brought land out of the water, dry ground rising, gathered waters pulling back to their appointed places, seas forming their edges and holding them. And then, without delay, the earth was told to put forth vegetation, not planted by any hand, not cultivated or coaxed, simply told, and the ground obeyed. Grass appeared, plants bearing seeds after their own kind. Trees, each one carrying within its fruit the seed of the next generation. The principle of continuation built into the very first moment of growing things. The goodness was declared again over the green world, the world that could now sustain what was coming, that had been made ready before anything that would need sustaining had yet arrived. This is how the Maker works. Provision precedes need. The table is set before the guest is called. The fourth day placed lights in the vault of the sky, the greater light to govern the day, the lesser light to govern the night, and the stars, scattered across the dome of heaven with a generosity that has never been fully mapped or measured, each one set in its place, each one given its role in marking times and seasons, days and years. These weren't distant accidents. They were appointments. The sun rising and setting would mark the rhythm of every day that followed. The moon waxing and filling and thinning again would become the calendar by which a people would learn to arrange their holy days, their planting seasons, their long walks home from exile. The lights were called good. The evening came. The morning followed. Sea creatures filled the water on the fifth day. Everything that swims, everything that moves through the deep in its own quiet way. Birds appeared in the sky above, cutting through that vast open space the vault had made. Something important happened here. The living things weren't simply spoken into existence and left to stand there. They were blessed. Be fruitful, the voice said. Multiply. Fill the waters. Fill the sky. The blessing wasn't a ceremony. It was an authorization, a commissioning. The world had been made ready, and now it was invited to participate in its own filling. On the sixth day, the land creatures came, livestock and wild animals and everything that moves along the ground. The earth produced them, the text says, as though the ground itself had been waiting for permission. And then, last of all, the human being, made from the dust of the ground, as the animals had been, but made also in the image of the one who had made everything, which the animals hadn't been. What that image consists of has occupied careful minds for thousands of years. It includes at minimum the capacity for relationship, for responsibility, for tending the world with the same care with which it had been made. The human being was placed into the world that had been prepared for it, into the greenness and the water and the light, and the Maker looked at everything that had been made and declared it very good. Not merely good, very good, the completion of the whole. On the seventh day the work was finished, and the one who had made everything rested, and the rest itself was declared good. East of everything, in the first garden, the rivers began, 4 of them flowing outward from a single source, carrying water into the 4 corners of the world. The names of 3 of them we still recognize: the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Gihon, and the 4th has passed out of memory entirely, lost the way that many first things are lost. But the rivers themselves tell us something important about the nature of this place. Eden wasn't enclosed, it was a source. What began there was meant to flow outward, to reach the edges of the earth, to water what hadn't yet been watered. The garden was always meant to be the beginning of something larger than itself. The man was placed in the garden to tend it and to keep it. These 2 words carry more weight than they first appear to carry. To tend something is to work it, to cultivate it, to participate in its ongoing life. To keep something is to guard it, to watch over it, to hold it carefully. The man wasn't placed in Eden as a passive recipient of its beauty. He was given a role, a vocation, a purpose that required his attention and his effort. The garden was good, but goodness, in this telling, wasn't meant to be simply received. It was meant to be worked with, tended, kept alive through faithful stewardship. This is the first thing we learn about what it means to be human. We're, from the very beginning, creatures made for meaningful work. Every tree that was pleasing to the eye and good for food grew in the garden, and the man was free to eat from any of them. That abundance is worth holding for a moment. The permission was vast. The generosity was almost overwhelming in its scope. And at the center of the garden stood two trees that were different from all the others. One was the tree of life. The other was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. One was permitted. The other wasn't. The instruction was clear. The boundary wasn't hidden. What was asked was simply trust, the willingness to remain within a limit set by the one who had made everything, to accept that not every knowledge was meant to be taken, that not every door was meant to be opened. The woman was formed from the man's side, and the moment of recognition that followed is one of the most quietly remarkable moments in the whole of the ancient text. He had seen the animals, each one named and known, and none of them was what he needed. And then she was brought to him, and something in him recognized her immediately, recognized her as the other half of what he was, bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. The recognition wasn't merely emotional, it was ontological. She wasn't less than him. She wasn't other than him in any diminishing sense. She was the completion of something that had been, until that moment, incomplete. The two of them together were the image of the one who had made them, in a way that neither could have been alone. They weren't ashamed. That detail is easy to pass over, but it matters. There was no self-consciousness between them, no hiding, no performance. They were simply present to each other, and to the garden and to the one who walked in it in the cool of the day. That ease, that transparency, that unguarded openness, it was the texture of life before the breaking. The serpent was more subtle than any other creature. Its question was careful. Did God really say you couldn't eat from any tree? The distortion was small but precise. The boundary had applied to one tree, not to every tree, and the reframing of one into every was the first movement of the unraveling. The conversation continued. The fruit was looked at and found beautiful, found desirable, found wise-seeming, and it was taken, and it was eaten, and the one who hadn't been there was given some, and he ate as well. What followed wasn't loud. There was no thunder. There was no earthquake. There were simply opened eyes, and the first thing those newly opened eyes saw was their own vulnerability, and they were ashamed. They sewed fig leaves together. They hid themselves among the trees of the garden. And in the evening, when the Lord God came walking through the garden in the cool of the day, he called out, "Where are you?" The question wasn't asked from ignorance. The one who had counted the stars didn't need to search for two people among the trees. The question was an invitation. It was the first act of mercy in the long aftermath of the breaking. "Where are you? Come out. Be found." The answers that came were full of deflection. "I was afraid. I was naked. The woman gave me the fruit. The serpent deceived me." What had been transparent became layered with self-protection, and in that layering we can recognize something about every human evasion that has followed. The garments of skin were made and given, which is its own quiet tenderness. The one who had been disobeyed covering the ones who had disobeyed, dressing them with care before they went out into the harder world. The leaving was sorrow, not punishment alone. The cherubim were placed at the eastern gate with the flaming, turning sword, and the way back to the tree of life was closed. The world outside the garden wasn't abandoned. It wasn't empty of meaning or presence. It was simply harder. The ground would require labor. The seasons would require endurance. The work of tending and keeping would continue, but now under the weight of what had been chosen in the garden. The gate was closed, but the presence that had walked in the garden hadn't disappeared. It had simply moved with them into the harder world. The first children came into the harder world, and they were different from each other in the way that brothers often are. Cain was a man of the ground. He worked the soil with his hands, turned it, tended it, coaxed life from it the way his father had once tended a garden. Though this ground was harder now, and it pushed back. Abel kept flocks. He moved with his animals through the open country, following the grass, watching the sky. Two kinds of lives, two kinds of attention, both of them sons of the same father, born into the same exile, carrying the same inheritance of a world that had become more difficult than it was made to be. In time, each of them brought an offering. This is simply what people do. They reach toward the presence that made them, and they bring something from their hands. Cain brought fruit from the ground. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock, the fat portions, the best of what he had. The text doesn't say precisely what it was that made the difference. What it says is that the Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, and on Cain and his offering he didn't look with the same favor. We aren't told the reason in so many words. What we're told is what happened next. Cain became very angry. His face fell, and the Lord, rather than withdrawing from the moment, came to him with a question. Why are you angry? If you do what's right, will you not be accepted? The question wasn't an accusation. It was an invitation. A door held open, and there was a warning woven into it. Something like a patience being asked of him, a choice being laid before him. The old language of two paths, one leading forward and one leading somewhere else entirely. The text records the warning with careful plainness. Sin is crouching at the door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. These are quiet words, almost gentle, and they weren't enough. What happened in the field between the two brothers is left the way the text leaves it, stark, spare, without detail. Cain spoke to his brother, and they were in the field, and then Abel was gone. The text doesn't describe the moment. It only records the question that followed, the same shape of question that had been asked in the garden not long before. Where is your brother? And Cain said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? The ground itself bore witness. The voice said, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. This is one of the oldest things the text knows, that the earth remembers, that what's done in the field doesn't disappear. Cain was sent out from the ground that had received his brother. He would be a wanderer, a man without a fixed place, driven from the soil he had spent his life working. He went out from the presence of the Lord, and he was afraid that anyone who found him would kill him. And so the Lord placed a mark on Cain, not as a branding, not as a punishment visible to the sky, as a protection. Whoever harms this man will face a consequence 7 times over. Even in banishment, even in exile, there was something that kept him. Cain went east of Eden, into the land of Nod, which means wandering, the land whose very name is restlessness. And there he built a city, and he named it after his son. The wanderer made something fixed. The exile built a place. The world continued to fill. Children were born. Names accumulated. Families spread out from those first camps, along river valleys and across open ground, building what people build, living the lives that followed from that first broken moment. The grief of separation, from the garden, from each other, from the presence that had walked in the cool of the evening, was braided now into everything. It didn't disappear. It traveled with them, and so the human family began to spread across the earth, carrying with them both the memory of the garden and the long restlessness of people who hadn't yet found their way home. The years moved slowly in those early ages, and the names of the people who lived them read like the names of rivers, long, deep, moving always forward. Seth was born to Adam and Eve after the loss of Abel, a child who came into the world carrying with him a kind of hope that grief hadn't been able to extinguish entirely. Eve said that God had appointed her another child in place of the one who was gone. There's something in that word, appointed, that suggests she understood even then that the story wasn't finished, that the presence which had walked in the garden was still ordering things, still moving through the wreckage of human choices towards something it intended to complete. Seth had a son named Enosh, and it was in the days of Enosh that people began to call on the name of the Lord. Something about that detail is worth staying with. Not a formal institution, not a system, not a temple, simply calling on a name, as though the distance from the garden had made people reach instinctively toward the one who had first spoken to them there. The generations continued, Kenan, and then Mahalalel, and then Jared. The numbers beside their names are staggering to a modern reader. 800 years, 900 years, 962 years. It's as though time itself moved more slowly then, as though these early ancestors lived inside years that were longer and heavier than ours, as though they were permitted to accumulate in a single life what we can only glimpse across many, whether those numbers are to be read as precise records, or as something the ancient world meant differently. What they communicate is a world in which human life stretched deep into time, generation overlapping generation, fathers knowing their great-great-grandchildren, the chain of memory extraordinarily long. And then there was Enoch. The text handles him differently from the others. Every other ancestor in this long line receives the same quiet formula. He lived, he had sons and daughters, he died. The repetition is almost like the sound of a slow drum, measuring out the centuries. But when the record reaches Enoch, something changes. Enoch walked with God. That's the phrase the text uses, and it uses it twice, as if once weren't enough to make certain the listener understood. He didn't simply live his years and die. He walked with God. And then he wasn't, for God took him. No burial, no accounting of his final days. Simply, he was taken. The ancient readers of this text would have felt the difference in those words the way a person feels a change in the temperature of a room. Something happened with Enoch that didn't happen with the others, and the text doesn't explain it. It only records it, quietly, and moves on. Methuselah came from Enoch, and Methuselah lived longer than anyone else in those genealogies, 969 years, a number that is carried across every generation since as a kind of shorthand for great age. Then Lamech, who named his son with a word that meant something like comfort or rest, hoping the child would bring relief from the hard labor of a ground that had been cursed. That child's name was Noah. By the time Noah was born, the world that had been spoken into goodness in the beginning was in trouble. The text doesn't elaborate slowly. It simply says that the wickedness of humanity was great, that every intention of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil continually, and that the Lord was grieved. That's the word used, grieved, not simply angered. Grieved, the way someone is grieved who has made something beautiful and watched it be unmade. The world had filled with people as it was meant to, but something had gone deeply wrong in the filling. Among all of them, one man was said to have walked with God, and his name was Noah. God looked at the world and saw that something had to change, and the one he chose to carry what mattered through the change was a man who had spent his life simply trying to walk rightly. The instructions came with a specificity that suggests something important about the nature of what was being asked. This wasn't a vague calling. It wasn't a feeling or a prompting that could be interpreted loosely. It was a set of dimensions: gopher wood, sealed inside and out with pitch, 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high, rooms inside, a window, a door set into the side, 3 decks, one above another. It was a floating world, designed to carry within it the seeds of everything that would come after. Noah built it. The text doesn't tell us how long the building took, or who helped him, or what the people around him made of the sight of this enormous wooden structure rising in a place where there was no sea. What the text records is simply that Noah did all that God commanded him. That sentence is brief, but it contains a lifetime. Obedience at that scale, sustained over years, against the backdrop of a world that had no category for what he was doing, isn't a small thing. It's the kind of faithfulness that happens quietly, day after day, without audience or affirmation, simply because the one who gave the instruction was trusted. The animals came, 2 of every kind, male and female, the creatures of the air and the creatures of the ground, the small and the large, the ones that burrow and the ones that soar. 7 pairs of every clean animal were brought aboard. The text says they came to Noah. There's something in that phrasing worth sitting with. He didn't have to hunt them down or coax them. They came, as if the same voice that had called everything into being in the beginning was now calling it toward preservation. Noah's wife and his sons and his daughters-in-law came aboard as well, and then the Lord closed the door. 7 days passed. The door was shut, and the sky held, and nothing happened yet. 7 days of waiting inside a sealed ark while the world outside continued as it had. The creak of the wood. And then, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, the rain began. It didn't begin dramatically. Rain, at its start, is always quiet. But this rain didn't stop. 40 days and 40 nights it fell. And beneath it the great deep broke open, and the windows of heaven poured out, and the waters rose. They rose above the hills. They rose above the mountains. Every high place that had ever looked down over the landscape was covered. The world that had been was submerged, and what remained above the surface was one wooden vessel riding the deep, carrying within it everything that would become the next beginning. Inside the ark, Noah and his family and the creatures waited. The waters prevailed for 150 days. Then God remembered Noah. That phrase, remembered, doesn't suggest he had forgotten. It means he turned his full attention toward the one he had set apart, the way a person turns towards something they've been holding in mind all along. A wind moved over the face of the waters. The fountains of the deep were closed. The rain ceased. And slowly, over weeks and months, the waters receded. Noah sent out a raven. It flew back and forth across the diminished waters, finding no place to land. Then he sent a dove, and the dove returned. He waited 7 days and sent it again. This time it came back with an olive leaf in its beak, green and new, a small thing that meant something vast. Somewhere beneath the receding water, the earth was still alive. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove a 3rd time. It didn't return. The land was drying. On the 1st day of the 1st month of the 601st year of Noah's life, he removed the covering of the ark and looked out, and the face of the ground was dry. The language here is careful. A new year, a new beginning. The reckoning of time itself seems to reset around this moment. God spoke again, the way he had spoken at the very beginning, and told Noah to come out, he and his wife, his sons and their wives, every living creature with him. And Noah came out, and the creatures came out, and the earth received them. The first thing Noah did was build an altar. He took from every clean animal and offered burnt offerings on it, and the Lord smelled the pleasing aroma, and something in that exchange was a covenant taking shape. Then God spoke the terms of it plainly. The waters would never again cover the earth to destroy all flesh. Never again would a flood unmake the world in this way. As a sign of this covenant, a bow was set in the cloud, something seen after rain, when the sky is clearing, when the light begins to return. Not a weapon aimed at the earth, but an arc of color stretched across the sky as a reminder, to God and to every living creature, of the promise that had been made. The bow in the cloud wasn't a symbol of what had happened, but a promise about what never would. And the world, washed clean, waited for whatever came next. The world refilled slowly, families branching outward from the mountain where the ark had rested, their children's children carrying with them the memory of water and the smell of new earth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the three sons of Noah, became the roots from which the nations grew, and the text records their descendants with the patient care of someone drawing a map that will take generations to complete. From Japheth came the peoples of the coastlands, the northern regions, the islands at the edge of the known world. From Ham came the nations of Africa and Canaan and the southern lands. From Shem came the peoples of the east, the ancestors of those who would eventually carry the promise forward. 70 nations, 70 lineages, each one a river flowing outward from a single source, moving toward a horizon that kept receding as they walked toward it. The symbolism of this wouldn't have been lost on those who first heard it told. A world that had nearly emptied itself through violence and water was now filling again, slowly, carefully, the way a vessel fills when you pour into it one small measure at a time. The covenant with Noah wasn't simply a promise about rain. It was a promise about continuation, that the human story would go on, that the earth wouldn't be abandoned, that something was being preserved and extended across time. The table of nations is the evidence of that promise kept, every family moving outward, every child born into a world that had been given back to them. Many of them had settled together on a plain in the land of Shinar, a broad, flat country between two rivers, and there they made a decision. They would build a city. They would build a tower. They would make a name for themselves before the scattering began, before the distances grew too great and the connections grew too thin. This ambition to make a name is worth sitting with for a moment. It wasn't merely vanity, though there was vanity in it. It was the ancient human desire to leave a mark, to say that we were here, to create something permanent in a world that had just shown itself capable of washing everything away. The flood was still in their memory. The tower was, in some sense, a refusal to be forgotten. But the Lord came down and looked at the city and the tower, and what he observed was something the builders hadn't considered. Not that the tower was wicked in its construction, but that a people unified in a single language, gathered in a single place, pointed entirely toward a single ambition, would find no natural limit to what they might do next. This is how God works. He doesn't always act against evil in its finished form. He acts sometimes to interrupt a trajectory before it reaches its destination. The languages were multiplied suddenly. In one generation, neighbors could no longer understand neighbors. The workers who had passed instructions to one another across scaffolding and stone now spoke words that landed like sounds without meaning. The tower stood unfinished in the middle of the plain, rising to whatever height it had reached and going no further. And the people dispersed, not in panic, but in the way that people move when the reason for staying has dissolved. They moved toward the coastlands and the mountains and the river valleys and the deep desert. They moved in every direction, carrying their new language with them the way you carry fire, carefully, protectively, knowing it's what makes the camp possible. And so the nations scattered to their places across the wide earth, each one carrying their new language like a city they would build wherever they stopped walking. 10 generations after Noah, in the city of at the edge of a great river civilization, a man named Terah had a son, and the son's name was Abram. The line from Noah to Abram runs through names that are easy to pass over quickly. Shem, Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, Terah. 10 generations moving through time like water finding its level, each name a lifetime, each lifetime a world of its own that the text doesn't pause to describe. What we know is that the line held. Something passed forward through those generations, some thread of continuity that connected the man who stepped off the ark onto the slopes of Ararat to the man who would one day walk into a land he had never seen on the strength of a voice alone. Wasn't a small place. It was one of the great cities of the ancient world, a center of trade and learning and religious life, seated at the edge of the Euphrates River in the region that would come to be called the Chaldees. To leave it wasn't a small thing. It wasn't the way most lives were lived. Terah made that first movement. The text says he set out from of the Chaldees to go to the land of Canaan, and he took with him his son Abram and his daughter-in-law Sarai and his grandson Lot, the son of his other son Haran, who had already died. What caused Terah to leave? What vision or grief or restlessness turned his face toward Canaan? We aren't told. The text doesn't speculate, and neither should we. What it records is the movement, the family gathering what could be carried, and setting out on a road toward a place none of them had been. They didn't reach Canaan. They came instead to Haran, a city of some significance in the northern reaches of Mesopotamia, and they stopped there. The text only tells us that they settled in Haran, and that Terah lived 205 years, and that he died there. The destination remained unreached, and then the voice came to Abram. Leave your country, leave your kindred, leave your father's house. Go to the land I'll show you. There's something important in the order of what's asked. It begins with the largest thing, the country itself, and moves inward, tightening with each phrase toward the most intimate loss. Kindred, family, the very house of a father who has just died. The call doesn't arrive in a time of ease. He had traveled with his father and buried his father in Haran, and now the voice asked him to let go of whatever remained of the world he had known. What was offered in return was a promise with 3 faces. A great nation would come from him, which was remarkable for a man whose wife had borne no children. A great name would be made for him, and through him somehow all the families of the earth would be blessed. That last phrase is the one that opens outward in every direction. Not just his descendants, not just the people of one land or one tongue, every family. The scope of it would have been difficult to hold in the mind of one man standing in Haran at 75 years old. He went. That's the whole of what the text says. He went, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. He took Sarai his wife, and Lot his nephew, and all the possessions they had gathered, and all the people who had joined their household in Haran, and he set out for the land of Canaan. There's no record of deliberation, no account of doubt weighed against obedience, simply the movement of a man who heard a voice and walked toward what it promised, carrying everything he owned and a future he couldn't yet see the shape of. The land of Canaan received him without ceremony. The Canaanites were already there, settled in their cities and their valleys, with no awareness that the man passing through their land was walking in the shape of a promise. Abram came to Shechem, to the oak of Moreh, a place that would hold significance in the long memory of the people descending from him. And there the Lord appeared to him again and said, "To your offspring I'll give this land." He built an altar there under the oaks of Moreh and called on the name of the Lord, and the Canaanites were still in the land, and Abram was a stranger in it, and somehow none of that changed the promise. The famine came into the land the way famines always do, slowly, then completely, and Abram turned his household south toward Egypt. The land that had been promised wasn't yet producing what it would one day produce. The rains hadn't come, the grazing thinned, and so the man who had walked out of Haran in faith now walked further still, not because he doubted the promise, but because the immediate world required a practical response. Egypt was ancient even then. It was fed by the Nile rather than by rain, which meant it held food when the surrounding lands didn't. It was a reasonable destination. It was also a place where everything could go wrong. As the journey south lengthened, something began to work in Abram's mind. Sarai was beautiful. He knew this. He had always known this. But now the knowing carried a different weight. Egypt was governed by a Pharaoh who commanded everything within his borders, including, if it pleased him, the wives of men who couldn't refuse him. And a man who stood between Pharaoh and what Pharaoh wanted might not stand for long. The calculation Abram arrived at wasn't a noble one, but it was a human one. She was his half-sister, which was true, so the words themselves wouldn't be false. She would say she was his sister. He would be allowed to live. The arrangement had a logic to it. It also had a cost that Abram may not have fully reckoned. They entered Egypt, and what Abram had feared came to pass almost immediately. The Egyptians saw Sarai, and they praised her beauty to Pharaoh. She was taken into Pharaoh's household, and Abram was treated well on her account. Sheep, cattle, donkeys, camels, and servants. Among those servants, it's believed, was an Egyptian woman named Hagar. Her story would come later, in the wilderness, by a spring, with an angel asking her where she was going. But that's still ahead. For now she was simply part of the household that grew around Abram while Sarai was elsewhere. Then the Lord afflicted Pharaoh's house with serious plagues, and somehow the truth came out. The text doesn't tell us how. It simply records that Pharaoh knew, and that Pharaoh summoned Abram. What he said to him carries a particular kind of edge. "Why did you not tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she was your sister, so that I took her as my wife? Here she's, take her and go." There's no rage in the question, only bafflement. Pharaoh, who held every power in that land, was asking a wandering herdsman to explain himself. Abram offers no recorded answer. There's nothing in the text that suggests he tried to defend the arrangement. He simply gathered what he had and left. He left with more than he had arrived with. The livestock and silver and gold went with him. All of it accumulated through a complicated mercy. The Lord protecting Sarai, even through the tangle of what Abram had done, and somehow the household emerging from Egypt wealthier than it had entered. They moved north through the Negev, the dry land between Egypt and Canaan. They moved through it and kept moving until the familiar shapes of the hill country returned, until Bethel was in sight, until the place where the altar stood came back into view. The altar Abram had built on the way into the land was still there, between Bethel and Ai, waiting as altars do. He went back to the altar he had built between Bethel and Ai, and there he called again on the name of the Lord, as if returning to a conversation that had been briefly interrupted. There came a moment when the land simply couldn't hold two men with so many flocks and herdsmen, and the strife between them was the first sign that something would have to give. They had come back from Egypt together, Abram and Lot, carrying more than they had left with. More livestock, more servants, more weight in silver and gold. The land of Canaan, which had seemed wide enough when they first entered it, wasn't wide enough for two households of this size. The herdsmen of Abram and the herdsmen of Lot began to quarrel over grazing rights, over water, over the slow territorial logic of people who tend animals and know precisely how much land those animals require. There was simply not enough room. The conflict wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a moment of violence or betrayal. It was the quiet friction of two growing things competing for the same soil, and it couldn't go on. Abram saw this clearly. What he did next is worth pausing over, because it wasn't what a man of his position was required to do. He was the elder. He was the one who had received the promise. He was the one to whom God had spoken. By every convention of the ancient world, the right of first choice belonged to him. He could have pointed to whatever portion of the land he wanted, and Lot would have had no standing to object. Instead, Abram went to Lot and offered him exactly the opposite of what seniority demanded. He said, "Let there be no strife between us. We're kinsmen. The whole land is before you. Choose whatever direction you want, and I'll take what remains." This is the kind of generosity that doesn't come from abundance of resources. It comes from a different kind of certainty altogether. Abram could afford to give Lot the first choice, because Abram's security wasn't finally located in land. It was located somewhere else, in something that couldn't be parceled or grazed or disputed by herdsmen. He had learned, slowly and not without difficulty, that the promise didn't depend on his careful management of it. Lot lifted his eyes and looked out across the Jordan Valley. It was well watered everywhere, the text says, like the garden of the Lord, like Egypt toward the region of Zoar. To a man with herds that needed water and grass, it must have looked like the obvious choice, perhaps the only reasonable choice. He chose for himself all the Jordan Valley and moved east, pitching his tents gradually in the direction of Sodom. Abram remained in the land of Canaan. They separated from each other, each going his own way, and the land that lay between them became the quiet measure of the distance. After Lot had gone, the Lord spoke to Abram. "Look northward and southward and eastward and westward," the voice said. "All the land that you see I'll give to you and to your offspring forever, and your offspring will be like the dust of the earth. If anyone can count the dust of the earth, then your offspring also can be counted." The promise hadn't shrunk when Lot departed. It had expanded. What looked like loss had become the occasion for reiteration, and the reiteration was larger than anything Abram had held before. There's a particular arithmetic at work in this moment. The world measures security by what's held close, by what can be seen and counted and defended. Abram was learning a different kind of counting entirely. He moved his tent to the oaks of Mamre at Hebron and built an altar there, and the land stretched out around him in every direction, promised and empty and very large. The word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision one night, and the first thing it said was, "Don't be afraid." This is worth pausing over. Abram had just watched his nephew walk away toward the Jordan Valley, toward the well-watered plain, toward Sodom. The visible human inheritance had departed. The land stretched out around him, large and promised and empty, and he was an old man with no son. "Don't be afraid" isn't the greeting of someone speaking to a man at ease. It's the greeting of someone who knows what the other person is carrying in the dark. What came next was a declaration. "I am your shield, your very great reward." And Abram, who had built altars and walked obediently across a continent on the strength of a promise, responded with something remarkable. He responded with honesty. "What will you give me?" he asked, "given that I go on childless? The heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus, a servant, a man of my household but not of my body. This is what you'll give me?" There's nothing irreverent in the question. There's only the plainness of a man speaking directly to the one who made him. He wasn't doubting. He was naming what was true. He was old. Sarai was old. The promise of a great nation requires at some prior and rather essential point a child. And there was no child. The gap between what had been promised and what Abram could see from where he stood wasn't shrinking. It was widening with every year. The answer that came didn't retreat from the question. It pressed further in. Not Eliezer, the voice said. Not the heir of your house. One who comes from your own body. That one will be your heir. And then something happened that the text records with extraordinary simplicity. The Lord brought Abram outside, out of the tent, out of the shelter, into the open air of the night. Look toward the sky, the voice said. Count the stars if you can count them. So will your descendants be. Think about what it means to stand beneath that sky. Not a sky dimmed by the light of 1,000 cities. Not a horizon crowded with what the human centuries have built, but the ancient sky of Canaan, black and enormous and burning with more light than any human calculation could hold. Abram stood beneath it. He was a man past the age when fathers become fathers. He had no son. He had walked away from everything familiar on the strength of a word, and that word hadn't yet resolved into anything he could touch or name or hold. And he believed. The text says it simply. He believed the Lord, and the Lord counted it to him as righteousness, not as achievement, not as obedience rendered and reward distributed, something quieter than that and more profound. A man standing in the dark, looking up, believing that what he couldn't yet see was nonetheless true. This is the still point of the whole story. What followed was a covenant, and covenants in the ancient world weren't signed documents or spoken agreements between parties of equal standing. They were enacted. They were sealed in blood and ceremony, in the cutting of animals and the walking between the pieces, in a ritual that bound two parties to one another with the weight of their own lives. If I break this, the gesture said, let what has happened to these animals happen to me. Abram brought what was asked, a heifer, a goat, a ram, each 3 years old, and a turtle dove and a young pigeon. He cut them, arranged the pieces, and waited. Birds of prey came down to take them, and Abram drove them away. He kept watch through the long afternoon, and as the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on him. Not ordinary sleep, the kind that comes when something larger than the waking mind is at work. Then the darkness deepened, and something moved through it. A smoking firepot, a flaming torch. They passed between the pieces of the animals, and the Lord spoke, and the covenant was made, not by both parties walking through together, not as an agreement between equals, but by the Lord alone passing through, binding himself to the promise unilaterally. Abram didn't walk, the Lord walked. This wasn't a covenant Abram could break, because Abram wasn't the one who made it. The land was named in detail, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates. Specific nations, specific territories, the full breadth of what would one day belong to the descendants of a man who had no son yet. And somewhere in the telling, a shadow passed over the words. 400 years, strangers in a land not their own. Suffering, but afterward. The patience of the promise doesn't mean the promise forgets. It means the promise holds through everything the darkness brings, and still arrives. Abram lay in that deep sleep beneath a sky he couldn't see, and the fire moved through the dark. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, and the stars above them were already too many to count. Sarai had watched the years pass with the particular patience of a woman who's still waiting for something she was promised. And one morning she came to Abram with a plan. The promise had been spoken. The stars had been counted, or rather, the counting had been attempted and abandoned because there was no end to them. A great nation would come from Abram's own body. This had been declared, confirmed, sealed with fire passing between the pieces of the covenant animals in the deep of the night. And yet the years kept moving, and Sarai's womb remained closed. She had an Egyptian servant, Hagar. Sarai brought her to Abram and asked him to take her as a wife, so that through Hagar, Sarai might build a family. Hagar conceived, and something changed in her. She hadn't chosen this arrangement, hadn't been consulted about it, had simply been given as part of someone else's plan to receive someone else's promise. And now she was carrying a child, and her mistress wasn't. The text says that Hagar looked on Sarai with contempt. Sarai went back to Abram. She placed the blame squarely on him. May the wrong done to me be on you. And Abram, perhaps unwilling to enter that particular conflict, told her to do with Hagar as she saw fit. Sarai dealt harshly with her. Hagar left. She was alone in the wilderness. The road to Shur stretched south and east, toward Egypt, toward the country she had come from. She stopped at a spring. She was pregnant, and she was running, and she had no clear destination, only the road and the desert and the water she had found and the silence that surrounded all of it. The angel of the Lord found her there. "Where have you come from, and where are you going?" Hagar answered honestly. She was fleeing from her mistress Sarai. And the angel told her to return, but the angel didn't stop there. He spoke over her child. She was pregnant. The son she carried would be named Ishmael. God hears, because the Lord had heard her affliction. He would be a wild man, free as the open country, his hand against everyone and everyone's hand against him, and he would dwell in tension with all his brothers. But it also sounds like life. Like a real and particular life that would be fully lived, not a minor footnote, not a forgotten line. Hagar did something remarkable then. She named the Lord. She called him El Roi, the God who sees. She said, "Have I really seen the one who sees me?" And she named the spring, Bir Lahai Roi, the well of the living one who sees. A servant woman alone in the wilderness gave a name to God that no one had used before. Those who carried this story would have understood its significance. She was seen. The one who had flung stars across the night sky and made the covenant with Abram in fire and deep sleep, had found one Egyptian servant woman at a spring in the desert and had asked where she was going. She returned to the household. In time she bore her son, and Abram named him Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old. 13 years passed. Then the Lord appeared to Abram again, and the names were changed. Abram became Abraham, father of a multitude. Sarai became Sarah. The covenant of circumcision was given, a mark in the flesh of every male in the household, a sign carried in the body. And with the new name came the word that Sarah herself would bear a son, not Hagar's son as a substitute, but Sarah's own child within the year. Abraham fell on his face. The text says he laughed. It was the laugh of a man who believed so completely that the actual arrival of the thing overwhelmed him. Because he had been 86 when Ishmael was born, and he was 99 now, and Sarah was 90. And a person can hold a promise and still be astonished when it moves from the realm of covenant into the realm of biology. He thought of Ishmael. He said to God, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before you." He was asking that the son he already had, the one he had watched grow for 13 years, wouldn't be forgotten. God heard that too. Ishmael would be blessed. 12 princes would come from him. But the covenant line would run through the son who was coming, the one Sarah would bear, the one who would be named Isaac. Laughter. Ishmael grew up in his father's house, and the boy at the well who wouldn't yet be born was already promised, and Bir Lahai Roi, the well of the living one who sees, kept its name in the desert for a long time after. It was the hottest part of the day when Abraham looked up from the door of his tent and saw 3 men standing in the shimmer of the heat, and he ran to meet them. He didn't walk, he ran. This detail is worth holding for a moment. Abraham was 99 years old, a man of considerable wealth and years, a patriarch with servants and flocks and the full weight of a promised future resting on his shoulders. And when 3 strangers appeared at the edge of his camp in the worst heat of the day, he ran to them. He bowed low to the ground and asked them not to pass by, asked permission to bring water and bread, to let them rest under the shade of the oaks before continuing their journey. The hospitality he extended wasn't merely courtesy. It was the posture of a man who understood that the stranger at the door might carry more than they appear to carry. He called for water to wash their feet. He asked Sarah to take fine flour and make bread. He ran to the herd himself and selected a calf, tender and good, and gave it to a servant to prepare it quickly. He brought curds and milk and the meat that had been made ready, and he stood near them under the tree while they ate. He didn't sit and share the meal as an equal. He stood, attending, the way a host stands when the guest is the more important one. Whether or not Abraham understood fully who these 3 were, he treated them as if their presence was a gift he wasn't entirely sure he deserved. When they had eaten, one of them asked where Sarah his wife was. Abraham said she was in the tent, and the voice said, "I'll return to you at this season, and Sarah your wife will have a son." Sarah was listening at the tent door, which was behind him. She heard what was said, and she laughed to herself. She was old, the text says, well advanced in years. The way of women had long ceased for her, and so she laughed, quietly, privately, the laugh of someone who has stopped expecting the thing they were once promised. But the question came immediately. Why did Sarah laugh? Is anything too hard for the Lord? It wasn't an accusation. It was an invitation. The question wasn't asked to shame her, but to press gently on the place where her faith had grown thin. Sarah was afraid, and she denied it, saying she hadn't laughed. And the voice said simply, "You did laugh." There's something deeply human in that exchange. The laugh she tried to hide, the quiet insistence that it had been heard, and yet no punishment followed, no rebuke of consequence. The announcement stood exactly as it had been given. At the appointed time, there would be a son. The visitors rose and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham walked with them part of the way. What happened next is remarkable in its intimacy. There's a kind of deliberation recorded in the text, a question of whether what was about to unfold should be kept from Abraham at all. He was, after all, the one through whom all the families of the earth would be blessed. It wouldn't be fitting to act without telling him. And so Abraham was told that the outcry from Sodom and Gomorrah had become very great, and that the Lord was going down to see whether things were as grave as the cry suggested. 2 of the visitors continued toward Sodom. Abraham remained standing before the Lord, and then he began to speak, carefully, humbly, with the tentativeness of a man who isn't entirely sure he has the right to say what he's about to say. He asked whether the righteous in the city would be swept away along with the wicked. "Far be it from you," he said. "Far be it from the judge of all the earth to do such a thing. If there were 50 righteous people in the city, would the Lord spare the whole place for their sake?" And the answer was yes. Abraham pressed further. 45, 40, 30, 20, each time a little lower, each time with the same quiet preamble. "Let not the Lord be angry. I'm only dust and ashes," but 10. If there are 10 righteous, And the answer was still yes. Then the Lord went on his way, and Abraham returned to his place. The two who had gone on arrived at Sodom that evening. Lot was sitting at the gate, and he rose to meet them and bowed and brought them into his house, as Abraham had done at the oaks of Mamre. The same urgency, the same hospitality, the unleavened bread baked quickly, the table set. What happened at the door of Lot's house that night is recorded plainly and left without elaboration. The men of the city came to the door. The visitors inside told Lot to bring his household out. They said to take everyone and go. They said, "Don't look back." Before the first light of morning, Lot and his wife and his 2 daughters were brought out and set outside the city, and the instruction was given a second time: flee and don't look back. Lot's wife looked back. The text doesn't tell us why. Perhaps it's enough to say that what she turned toward was everything she had built and known and grown accustomed to, and that turning back in that moment meant something more than curiosity. She became a pillar of salt in the plain she had turned to face. It's a consequence more than a punishment, the consequence of not being fully gone from the place you've been called to leave. Abraham rose early the next morning and went to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He stood on the hill in the early morning and looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and smoke was rising from the plain like the smoke of a furnace, and he stood there quietly for a long time. The Lord came to Sarah as he had said, and what he had promised he did, and she conceived and bore a son to Abraham in his old age. The text marks the timing with a kind of quiet insistence. It was the appointed time, not a moment early, not a moment late. The word that had gone out over the stars on that night of the covenant had been exact, and its fulfillment was equally exact. And this precision isn't incidental. It's the whole point. What God says, he does. What he names arrives. Abraham called the child Isaac. In Hebrew, the name carries the sound of laughter. Yitzhak, he laughs, he will laugh. This was the name God had already chosen before the child was born, chosen in the very moment when Abraham had fallen on his face in astonishment at the promise. The name held the memory of that night. It held Sarah's laughter at the tent door, the gentle challenge that followed. Is anything too hard for the Lord? And it held something more than that. It held the answer. Abraham circumcised his son on the 8th day, as the covenant required, and the child who had come through the long silence of decades entered the world already named and already marked. Sarah spoke, and what she said is worth holding for a moment. She said, "God has made laughter for me." Not merely that she was laughing, but that God himself had made the laughter, had prepared it, had carried it across all the years of waiting, and had set it down in front of her in the form of a child. Everyone who hears, she said, will laugh with me. There's something generous in this. Her joy wasn't private. It was the kind that opens outward, that invites everyone within hearing to share the astonishment of it. A woman of 90 years had nursed a child. Who would have said this to Abraham? And yet here it was. Here he was. The child grew, and when he was weaned, Abraham made a great feast. It was during this feast that Sarah saw Ishmael, Hagar's son, Abraham's firstborn, and something in what she saw troubled her deeply. The text doesn't elaborate. It records only that she went to Abraham and asked him to send Hagar and the boy away. She wasn't willing, she said, for this son to share the inheritance with her son, with Isaac. The matter was very distressing to Abraham. Ishmael was his child. He had loved him, had prayed for him, had watched him grow for 14 years. To send him away wasn't a small thing. It was grief wearing the shape of an obligation. But the Lord spoke to Abraham that night and told him not to be distressed. Do not let it trouble you. the voice said. Everything Sarah has asked, listen to her voice, because through Isaac your offspring will be named. And then, because God doesn't make promises carelessly, the son of the servant woman, I will make him a nation also, because he is your offspring. Abraham rose early in the morning. He took bread and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar, placing them on her shoulder, and sent her away with the boy into the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, Hagar set the boy under one of the bushes and walked a distance away. She couldn't watch. She lifted her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the boy. The angel of God called to Hagar from heaven, "What troubles you, Hagar? Do not be afraid." The promise over the boy was spoken again. I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. She filled the skin and gave the boy a drink, and they remained. Ishmael grew up in the wilderness of Paran. He became an archer, a man of the open country, and Hagar found a wife for him from Egypt, her own country. The family she had wept over alone in the desert became its own beginning. Sometime after this, Abimelech the king of Gerar came to Abraham with his commander and asked to make a treaty between them. He had seen, he said, that God was with Abraham in everything he did. They swore an oath together at Beersheba, settled a dispute over a well that Abraham's servants had dug, and parted in peace. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree at Beersheba and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God, and the child named Laughter grew up under its shade. After these things God called to Abraham, and Abraham said, "Here I'm." And the voice said to him, "Take your son, your only son Isaac, the one you love, and go to the land of Moriah." There's something in the simplicity of that answer, "Here I'm," that deserves a moment of quiet attention. Abraham didn't ask for clarification. He didn't bargain, as he had bargained for the cities of the plain, counting down from 50 to 10, pressing at the edges of mercy. He simply said, "Here I'm." The man who had laughed in astonishment at the promise of a son, who had spent 25 years learning what it meant to trust a voice that spoke from beyond the visible world, said only those 3 words. And they were enough. The instruction was precise. Take your son, your only son, the one you love, and go to the land of Moriah, to a mountain that would be shown to him when he arrived. The specificity of the language, your only son, the one you love, wasn't accidental. It was the voice naming exactly what was being asked for, exactly what was at stake, leaving nothing softened or ambiguous. This wasn't a vague summons. It was a call that went to the center of everything Abraham had waited for and received. He rose early in the morning. That detail is quiet, but it carries weight. He didn't delay. He saddled his donkey, split the wood for the offering himself, and set out with Isaac and 2 young servants toward the place God had named. There's only the rising and the saddling and the splitting of wood and the setting out. The journey took 3 days. 3 days on a road that led toward a mountain he couldn't yet see, with his son walking beside him and the wood loaded on the donkey's back. On the 3rd day he lifted his eyes and saw the place from a distance. He left the servants there at the base of the mountain, telling them that he and the boy would go up to worship and would return. The wood was placed on Isaac's shoulders. Abraham carried the fire and the knife, and the 2 of them walked up together. Isaac's question came somewhere on that climb. He had been carrying the wood. He knew what an offering required. He knew there was fire, and there was wood, and there was a knife. And he looked at his father and asked the question plainly. "Here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" And Abraham answered him with the only words that were true in that moment. Words that would become the name of the mountain itself. "God will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And they walked on together. What the binding of Isaac reveals about Abraham isn't the strength of a man who could surrender what he loved most. That reading is too narrow. What it reveals is a man who had learned, across decades of wandering and waiting, and watching promises unfold in ways he hadn't anticipated, that the one who had given Isaac could be trusted even at the place where trust had no visible foundation. He had seen the impossible happen before. He had counted the stars and believed. He had held the child named Laughter. He knew something that the moment couldn't erase. They reached the place. Abraham built the altar there, arranging the wood. And then the angel of the Lord called out to him, "Abraham, Abraham," and he answered again with the same two words he had spoken at the beginning. "Here I'm." And the voice said, "Do not lay your hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, since you haven't withheld your son, your only son, from me." Abraham lifted his eyes and saw the ram. It was caught in a thicket by its horns, and it had been there before Abraham looked, present in the moment before it was seen, provided before it was needed. He took the ram and offered it in place of his son, and he called the name of that place, "The Lord Will Provide." Yahweh Yireh, the mountain, kept the name. The angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven. The covenant was confirmed again, with the full weight of an oath sworn by the Lord himself. "Because you've done this thing and haven't withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven and as the sand on the seashore. And in your offspring all the nations of the earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice." They came down from the mountain together and returned to Beersheba, and the name of that place was called "The Lord Will Provide," and it's still called that. Sarah lived 127 years, and she died in Hebron in the land of Canaan, and Abraham came to mourn for her and to weep. There's something in that phrase worth sitting with. He came to mourn, and he came to weep. The text doesn't rush past the grief. It names it plainly, without apology, without any suggestion that a man of faith ought to feel it less. Abraham had walked with Sarah out of Ur. He had walked with her through the long years in Canaan, through the sojourn in Egypt, through the years of waiting. She had laughed when the promise seemed impossible, and she had wept, and she had hoped, and she had seen the child born. 127 years she had lived, and when she was gone, Abraham sat beside her and wept. When the weeping had run its course, he rose. There was something that needed to be done, and Abraham was a man who understood that the honoring of the dead required more than grief. It required ground. He went to the Hittites, the people among whom he was living in that region, and he spoke carefully. He didn't invoke the promise that had been made to him, the word that all this land would one day belong to his descendants. He presented himself exactly as he was, a sojourner, a stranger, a man who owned no ground of his own and needed some to bury his dead. There's a particular kind of humility in this. He had been promised the land. He knew what had been spoken over him, and yet he came before the Hittites in the posture of a guest, not a claimant. The Hittites answered with generosity. They called him a prince of God among them. They offered him any of their burial sites he wished. But Abraham had a specific place in mind. He asked them to speak to Ephron, the son of Zohar, about the cave of Machpelah, which lay at the edge of Ephron's field, at the end of the field at the edge of their territory. He would pay the full price for it. He asked for nothing as a gift. Ephron was present and heard, and he offered the whole field freely, cave and all. But Abraham pressed the matter. He would pay. He asked the price plainly, openly, in the hearing of everyone gathered at the city gate. Ephron named 400 shekels of silver, and Abraham weighed it out in the currency of the merchants. without bargaining, without reluctance. The field and the cave and every tree within its borders were deeded to Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites who had come to the gate that day. There were witnesses. There was a price. There was a record that couldn't be disputed. Then Abraham buried Sarah in the cave of Machpelah in the field before Mamre, which is Hebron. He laid her in the ground of the promised land, in a place that now, for the first time, truly belonged to him, not by words spoken in the night beside a field of stars, but by transaction, by deed, by the open weight of silver passed from hand to hand before witnesses. Anyone who would encounter this story in the years that followed would have grasped its profound significance immediately. The first ground Abraham ever held in permanence wasn't a city, not a pasture, not a field of grain. It was a grave. A people's deepest rootedness in a land isn't measured only by what they build there, but by who they bury there. It was the first ground in the promised land that passed into Abraham's hands by deed and by witness, purchased fairly and held in full, and Sarah rested there. Abraham was old, and the Lord had blessed him in all things, and there was one thing left that he needed to do. He had buried Sarah in the cave of Machpelah. He had watched Isaac grow into a man in the tents at Beersheba. The promised line was alive. The covenant carried forward in a son whose very name meant laughter. But Isaac was unmarried, and this troubled Abraham in the particular way that aging fathers are troubled. Not with panic, but with a deep and careful concern for what would continue after they were gone. The land around them was Canaan, and the women of Canaan weren't from the household of the promise. Abraham didn't want the thread of the covenant tangled with what it hadn't been woven from. He called his oldest servant, the one who had managed everything in his household, the one whose faithfulness had been tested across long years, and he asked him to place his hand beneath his thigh and swear. The oath was solemn. The servant wouldn't take a wife for Isaac from the daughters of the Canaanites. He would go back to the land of Abraham's kindred, to the country from which Abraham had been called, and find there a woman for Isaac to marry. The servant asked what seemed a reasonable question. What if the woman won't come back with him to this land? Abraham's answer was firm without being harsh. The Lord who had called him from that country would send his angel before the servant. If the woman refused to follow, the servant would be released from the oath. But Isaac wasn't to go back there. The direction of the promise moved only forward, only toward Canaan, not away from it. The servant swore, and he began to prepare. He took 10 camels from Abraham's herds and loaded them with gifts, gold, silver, garments, the kind of abundance that announces arrival before a word is spoken. Then he set out, traveling northeast, the long road back toward Mesopotamia, toward the city of Nahor, the country Abraham had left behind when he was 75 years old and the voice had said, "Go." The journey took days. The land changed gradually, the dry hills of Canaan giving way to the wide plains of the north, the light shifting, the air carrying different water. And at last he came to the city of Nahor, and he made the camels kneel down outside the city by the well. It was evening. The sun was lower, the heat beginning to soften. This was the hour when the women of the city came out to draw water, and the servant knew it. He hadn't come at this hour by accident. He stopped here deliberately, at this well, at this time, and he prayed. The prayer wasn't elaborate. It was direct. The prayer of a man with a specific task and a clear need for help. He asked the Lord, God of his master Abraham, to give him success on this day. And he described the sign he was asking for. When he said to a girl, "Please let down your jar so that I may drink." And she said, "Drink, and I will water your camels also." That girl would be the one the Lord had appointed for Isaac. It wasn't a small sign to ask for. Watering 10 camels isn't a brief kindness. Camels drink deeply after a long journey. The task would require many trips from the well, many jars filled and carried and poured into the trough. The servant was asking for a woman who would see what was needed and do more than was asked without being pressed. He hadn't finished praying when Rebekah came down to the well. She was the daughter of Bethuel, who was the son of Nahor, Abraham's own brother. She was beautiful, and she was carrying a jar on her shoulder, and she was a young woman whom no man had known. She went down to the spring and filled her jar and came back up, and the servant ran to meet her. He asked her for a drink of water. She said, "Drink," and she lowered the jar from her shoulder and held it for him. And when he had finished, she said she would draw water for his camels also, until they had drunk enough. She emptied the jar into the trough and ran back to the well to draw more, and she drew for all 10 camels. The servant stood and watched her. The text is careful to say that he watched in silence, not speaking, waiting to see whether the Lord had made his journey successful. The answer was coming up from the well with every jar she carried. When the camels had finished drinking, he took a gold ring and 2 gold bracelets and asked whose daughter she was, and whether there was room in her father's house for him to stay the night. She told him she was the daughter of Bethuel. There was straw and fodder and room enough. The servant bowed his head and worshipped the Lord, who had led him straight to the house of his master's kindred without a single wrong turn. Rebekah ran to tell her family. Her brother Laban went out to meet the servant at the well, and when he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister, and heard what she said the man had spoken to her, he went quickly. "Come in," he said. "Why are you standing outside?" The servant came in, and the camels were unloaded and fed, and water was brought for him and the men who had traveled with him to wash their feet. Food was set before them, but the servant said he wouldn't eat until he had told his errand. They told him to speak. He told everything. He was Abraham's servant. The Lord had blessed his master greatly, with flocks and herds and silver and gold, with servants and camels and donkeys, and with a son born to his master's wife in old age. And this son had been given everything. And Abraham had made him swear not to take a wife for his son from the daughters of Canaan, but to go to his father's house and to his clan and find there a wife. He told the whole story, the oath, the question he had raised about a woman who wouldn't come, Abraham's answer about the angel who would go before him. He described arriving at the well, the prayer he had prayed, and then Rebekah coming down before he had finished speaking. He had asked. She had drawn water for him and for all the camels. He had given her the ring and the bracelets. He had asked whose daughter she was, and here he was. Laban and Bethuel said, "This thing has come from the Lord. We can't speak to you, either good or bad. Rebekah is here. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." The servant bowed to the ground before the Lord. He brought out silver and gold and garments and gave them to Rebekah. He gave gifts also to her brother and her mother. Then they ate and drank, and they spent the night. In the morning the servant said he wished to go back to his master. Rebekah's mother and brother asked if she could stay 10 days perhaps before she left. But the servant said, "Do not delay me. The Lord has made my journey successful. Let me return." They said they would ask the girl herself. They called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" And she answered them simply, without hesitation, without a long deliberation. She said, "I will go." And they arose and sent away Rebekah and her nurses with Abraham's servant and his men. And she set her face toward a country she had never seen, and a man whose name she was only just learning. Isaac had come from Beer-lahai-roi, the well of the living one who sees, and in the evening he went out to walk in the field. This is a detail the text gives us quietly, almost in passing, but it carries weight. Bir Lahairoi was Hagar's well. It was the place where the angel had found her alone in the wilderness, where she had named the God who saw her, where Ishmael had been promised a future. That Isaac came from this place suggests something about where he had been in the days after his mother's death, not in the tents of Beersheba, not among the familiar paths of his childhood, but near a well that belonged to a different part of the story. Perhaps he went there to be alone. Perhaps he went because grief has a way of drawing people toward edges, toward places that aren't quite home. The evening was the right time for it. There's an hour when the light turns gold and the heat of the day releases its hold, when shadows grow long across the ground and the world becomes very still. This was that hour. Isaac walked in the field in the way that people walk when they aren't walking toward anything in particular, when the movement itself is what they need, when the open ground offers something that closed spaces can't. He had buried his mother. He had come down from Moriah. He had carried things in his life that most people aren't asked to carry, and he carried them in the particular silence of a man who doesn't speak much about what's inside him. He lifted his eyes and saw the camels coming. 10 camels in the distance, moving through the evening light, raising a low trail of dust. He wouldn't have known immediately what this meant. He would have simply seen them coming, and then perhaps, gradually, he would have understood. His father's servant had been sent on a journey. The camels would have told him that the journey was complete. Rebekah saw him at the same moment. She was riding, and she looked out across the field and saw a man walking alone in the golden light, and something in the sight of him made her ask. She said to the servant, "Who's that man walking in the field to meet us?" The question is a small and human one. It doesn't have the weight of prophecy about it. It's simply the question of a young woman who has traveled a great distance toward a life she hasn't yet seen, and who's now looking at the first shape of that life walking toward her across the evening ground. The servant said, "It's my master." She took her veil. This was the gesture of a bride, the act of a woman who understood what this moment was. She had agreed to come. She had said the words, "I will go," before she had ever seen his face. She had ridden for days across a country she didn't know, toward a man whose name she was still learning. And now, with one sentence from the servant, the journey resolved itself into a single figure walking in the field, and she drew the veil across her face, and she was already becoming his wife in the only way that marriage ever truly begins, in the quiet decision to turn toward another person. The servant told Isaac everything. He told him about the prayer at the well, about Rebekah drawing water for all 10 camels without being asked, about the ring and the bracelets and the household of Nahor, about the night of retelling around the table, about the morning when Rebekah herself had said she would go. The servant had been faithful. The prayer had been answered before it was finished. The Lord had prospered his journey in every detail, and now here was the evidence of it, standing in the same field where Isaac had been walking alone. Isaac brought Rebekah into his mother Sarah's tent. This is how the text puts it, his mother's tent. Sarah had died, and the tent had stood empty in whatever way a tent stands empty when the person who filled it is gone. Now there was someone in it again. Now the tent belonged to a new life rather than to a loss. He loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death, and the evening settled over the field, and the long promise quietly continued. Rebekah hadn't been told she was carrying 2 children. Not at first, but her body told her something was wrong, or at least something was different, and she went to ask the Lord why the struggle inside her felt like more than the ordinary weight of waiting. The answer she received wasn't a comfort exactly. It was something larger than comfort. 2 nations are in your womb, the Lord told her, And 2 peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger. This is the kind of word that doesn't settle easily. It names something before it exists. It speaks of nations when what she's carrying are 2 children, 2 movements in the dark, 2 lives pressing against each other before they've taken a single breath. She carried that word with her through the remaining months, and what it meant she could only partly know. It would take years for the full weight of it to become clear. The birth itself was remarkable in the way that certain moments are remarkable, not for ceremony, but for a single detail that the text preserves with care. Esau came first, red all over like a hairy garment, the text says, and they named him Esau. Then his brother came out, and his hand was holding Esau's heel. This is the detail that everything afterward turns on. A hand at a heel. A second son grasping at the first before the first has fully arrived. They named him Jacob, which means supplanter, or one who takes by the heel, and the name carried within it both description and prophecy. He hadn't yet done anything. He had simply reached, and that reaching was enough to name him by. Esau grew into his body the way some men do, fully, without hesitation. He became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, a man whose world was the field and the animal and the weight of what he brought home at the end of a long day. There was nothing complicated about Esau in those early years. He was appetite and motion and capability, a man who moved through the world and came back with something to show for it. Isaac loved him for this. The text states it plainly. Isaac loved Esau because he ate of his game. It's an honest reason, perhaps not a flattering one, but honest. The father who had grown up in tents knew something about the one who could walk out into the open country and return with meat, and he valued it in the way people value what they recognize. Jacob was different. Where Esau was movement, Jacob was stillness. Where Esau was the field, Jacob was the tent. He was a quiet man, the text says, dwelling in tents. This isn't weakness, it's something else, something harder to name, a watchfulness, a preference for the interior life of the household over the expansiveness of the hunt. He knew the rhythms of the camp, the conversations, the arrangements of things. He was present in a way that Esau, always somewhere in the open country, couldn't be. Rebekah loved Jacob. The household was divided in this way before any crisis forced the division into the open. Isaac toward one son, Rebekah toward the other. It wasn't a rupture. It was simply the way things were. The way love sometimes distributes itself across a family without anyone deciding it should. What's significant is that the oracle had already spoken over this division. The older shall serve the younger. Rebekah knew this. It isn't clear that Isaac knew it in the same way, or weighted it the same way if he did. And so the household moved forward with a kind of unspoken asymmetry inside it. 2 parents loving 2 sons who were opposite in almost every visible respect, and a word from the Lord sitting underneath all of it like a stone beneath water, present but not yet visible from the surface. There's something to observe in how early the shaping begins. Esau's identity was legible almost from birth. Red, hairy, wild, outward. His nature announced itself. Jacob's nature was quieter, and therefore perhaps more accumulative. He watched. He stayed near. He learned how households worked, what words meant, what promises could be leveraged and what could be lost. None of this was malicious yet. It was simply the temperament of a man who paid attention, who noticed things others moved past without seeing. The tent, in the world of these patriarchs, wasn't a minor space. It was where decisions were made, where blessings were spoken, where the substance of the inheritance actually lived. And Jacob lived there too, close to it, aware of it, in ways that Esau, always returning from somewhere else, perhaps never fully was. The two boys grew up in the same household under the same father and the same promise that had passed from Abraham to Isaac and would pass again. One of them moved through the world as if the promise were simply background, something inherited and therefore unconsidered. The other stayed close and kept watch. He was a quiet man, a tent dweller, and he was watching everything. Esau came in from the field one evening hollow with hunger, the way a man gets when he has been moving all day under open sky and has nothing to show for it. The text doesn't tell us what he had been hunting, or whether he had found anything. It only tells us that he came in empty, and that Jacob was there, and that there was something in the pot. The stew was red. The text is specific about this. Red lentils, thick and warm, and the smell of it would have reached Esau before he reached the tent. He asked for some of it directly, without ceremony, the way a man asks for something when he believes the asking is sufficient. "Let me eat some of that red stuff," he said. He was so hungry he called it by its color rather than its name. The detail is small, and it isn't accidental. Esau in this moment is entirely physical, entirely present, entirely without patience for anything beyond what his body is demanding. Jacob had a condition. "Give me your birthright first." This is where the scene turns. Jacob had been watching, as he always watched. He had seen his brother coming from a distance, and he had made a calculation, the kind of calculation that requires a certain coldness to make it all. He wasn't offering the stew out of kindness. He was offering it as a price. The birthright wasn't a small thing. It was the inheritance of the firstborn, which in this household meant something far beyond the ordinary weight of property or precedence. It meant the covenant. It meant the promise that had come to Abraham in the dark, the promise confirmed to Isaac in the land of famine, the promise that a nation would descend from this family, and that through this family all the families of the earth would be blessed. The birthright carried all of that. It was the thread connecting this particular tent to everything that had been spoken over Abraham's descendants since the beginning. To hold the birthright was to stand in the line of that promise. To hold it was to be the one through whom the covenant continued. Esau said he was about to die. He meant from hunger, though he was almost certainly not actually dying. He meant that the hunger felt enormous, and the future felt abstract, and what was in the pot was real and immediate, and the birthright was neither of those things in this moment. "What good is a birthright to me?" he said. This is the sentence the text records. Not an expression of grief at having to choose, not a moment of genuine anguish, just a practical dismissal of something that stood between him and the stew. Jacob made him swear. This matters. Jacob didn't take the casual words and let them stand as a rough agreement. He required an oath. He understood what he was doing, which means he understood what was being transferred, which means he was acquiring something he had thought about before this evening. The oath was sworn. The bread and the lentils were given. Esau ate. The covenant had passed. The promise that traveled from Abraham to Isaac would now travel to the younger son rather than the older one, not by divine declaration in this moment, but by a bowl of food exchanged beside a tent in the late afternoon. The weight of that transfer isn't described. The text doesn't pause to reflect on it. It simply records what happened, and in doing so asks the reader to hold the magnitude of it without being told how to feel. What does it mean to despise a birthright? Not to sell it under duress, not to give it up in a genuine crisis, but to say what good is it to me and mean that question as an ending rather than a question. Esau wasn't a cruel man. He wasn't, at this point, a villain. He was a man for whom the present was always more vivid than the future, for whom the body's demands outweighed the inheritance of promise. He had never been able to imagine far enough ahead to feel the weight of what he carried. And so he sat down, and he let it go for something warm and red and immediate. He ate, and he got up, and he went out, and the text says he despised his birthright, which is perhaps the quietest verdict ever delivered on a single decision. There was famine again in the land, the same kind that had driven Abraham down toward Egypt a generation before, and Isaac prepared to do the same thing until the Lord spoke to him and told him not to go. This is worth pausing over. Egypt was the practical answer. Egypt had water and grain, and the mechanisms of survival that the land of Canaan couldn't offer in a year of famine. Abraham had gone there. It wasn't an unreasonable instinct, but the Lord appeared to Isaac at Gerar and gave him a specific instruction tied to a specific promise, and the instruction was simply this: stay, don't go to Egypt. Dwell in the land that I'll show you, and I'll be with you and I'll bless you. And then the language that had been given to Abraham was given again, deliberately, as if the covenant needed to be spoken a second time over a second man so that it would be clear the promise hadn't ended with the first. I'll give all these lands to you and to your offspring. I'll multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven. In your offspring all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. These were Abraham's words. Now they were Isaac's. The inheritance was real and it was continuing, and the Lord was saying so out loud in the middle of a famine, which is perhaps when such things most need to be said. Isaac stayed in Gerar, and then he did what his father had done. He looked at Rebekah, and he told the men of the place that she was his sister, because she was beautiful and he was afraid. The men of the place might kill him for her, so he said she was his sister. This is the same decision Abraham had made twice, once in Egypt with Pharaoh and once in Gerar with this same Abimelech, or a man bearing the same name and position in this same city. The repetition isn't accidental. The text is asking you to notice it. A son doing what his father did, a wife protected by the same small lie, a king eventually discovering the truth, this time by watching from a window and seeing Isaac laughing with Rebekah in the way a man doesn't laugh with a sister. Abimelech came to Isaac and said, "She's your wife, and why did you say she was your sister?" Isaac answered honestly. He said he was afraid he would die because of her. Abimelech commanded all the people that anyone who touched this man or this woman would be put to death. The household was protected. The famine didn't consume them. Isaac sowed in that land and reaped 100-fold the same year, and he grew wealthy, and the Philistines envied him. And Abimelech eventually asked him to leave because he had become too powerful. He left. He dug wells that his father's servants had dug and that the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died. He reopened them. He named them with the same names his father had given them. This is how continuity works in the old stories. Wells and names, and the insistence that what was true before is still true now. But the central crisis of Isaac's life wasn't the famine. It wasn't Abimelech. It was the evening when he called his oldest son to him in the dimness of his tent and began the process that would split his household in two. Isaac was old by then. His eyes had grown dim and he couldn't see clearly. He called Esau and told him that he didn't know the day of his death, and he wanted Esau to go out and hunt game and make him savory food such as he loved, and he would eat, and then his soul would bless him before he died. This was the formal blessing of the firstborn. It wasn't merely an expression of preference, it was a spoken transfer. A declaration over a life that carried the weight of the covenant and the inheritance and everything that had been accumulating since Abraham left Ur. To receive it was to receive a future. To give it was to name who carried the promise forward. Isaac intended to give it to Esau. Rebekah heard everything. The tent walls were thin and the words were clear, and she had carried for a long time the oracle she had received before the boys were born, the word that the older would serve the younger. She moved quickly. She went to Jacob and told him what Isaac had said to Esau, and she laid out a plan with the decisiveness of someone who has been waiting for this moment. Go to the flock, bring me 2 good young goats, and I'll prepare savory food from them, the kind your father loves. And you'll bring it to your father, and he will eat, and he will bless you before he dies. Jacob's hesitation was practical. He didn't argue that it was wrong. He argued that it might not work. Esau was a hairy man, and he was a smooth man, and if his father touched him, he would seem to be mocking him, and he would bring a curse rather than a blessing. This is the detail the text gives us about Jacob's character at this moment. Not conscience, calculation. He was afraid of being caught. Rebekah said, "Let your curse be on me. Only obey my voice." So Jacob went and brought the goats. Rebekah made the food, and then she took Esau's best garments, the ones that were in the house, and she put them on Jacob, and she put the skins of the goat kids on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck. She sent him in with the food and the bread she had prepared. Jacob came to his father. He said, "My father." Isaac said, "Here I am." "Who are you, my son?" And Jacob said, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game so that your soul may bless me." Isaac said, "How is it that you found it so quickly, my son?" And Jacob said, "Because the Lord your God granted me success." Isaac wasn't immediately satisfied. He said, "Come near that I may feel you, my son, to know whether you are really my son Esau or not." Jacob went near to Isaac his father, and he felt him, and he said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He didn't recognize him because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. He said, "Are you really my son Esau?" And Jacob said, "I am." Then he ate. He asked Jacob to come near and kiss him, and he came near and kissed him. And Isaac smelled the smell of his garments and blessed him. He said that the smell was as the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. He spoke over him the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth, abundance of grain and wine. He said, "Let peoples serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." And it was done. The words were spoken. They couldn't be recalled. Jacob had barely left when Esau came in from the hunt. He made savory food and brought it to his father and said, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game so that your soul may bless me." Isaac said, "Who are you?" And Esau said, "I'm your son, your firstborn, Esau." Isaac trembled very exceedingly. He said, "Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? And I ate it all before you came, and I've blessed him. Yes, and he shall be blessed." When Esau heard his father's words, he cried out with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." Isaac said, "Your brother came with deceit, and he has taken away your blessing." Esau said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has cheated me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now he has taken away my blessing." He said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" And Isaac answered Esau and said, "I've made him lord over you, and all his brothers I've given to him for servants, and with grain and wine I've sustained him. What then can I do for you, my son?" There was very little left to give, and what remained was something closer to a description than a promise, and Esau wept at the narrowness of it. Esau lifted his voice and wept, and it was too late, and the blessing couldn't be called back, and Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and that trembling is one of the most human things in all of Genesis. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. At some point the sun went down and he was still in open country with no shelter and nothing to do but stop. This is the first time we see Jacob entirely alone. Every moment before this one had placed him inside a household, inside a tent, near a fire, close enough to his mother to hear her voice through the walls. He had been a tent dweller, the text tells us. That means the domestic world was his world, the world of proximity and calculation and small advantages accumulated over years of watching. Now there was no tent, there was no household, there was only the road and the failing light and the stone he reached down and picked up to put beneath his head, because there was nothing softer to be found. Esau had made his intentions clear. He had said it openly. That was perhaps the most honest thing Esau had ever done. He would kill Jacob. He would wait only until their father had died, which was a concession to grief rather than restraint. Isaac was old and blind and hadn't long to live. Esau was willing to honor that much. But after that, he said, the matter would be settled. The blessing that had been taken would be answered for. Rebekah heard this. She had heard most things in that household. She went to Jacob and told him what was coming and told him what he had to do. The way she framed it was careful. She didn't say, "Your brother intends to kill you and you must run." She said, "Go to my brother Laban in Haran and stay with him a while, until your brother's anger turns away." She also said, and this part she likely believed herself, that he should find a wife from among her own people rather than from the daughters of Canaan, who had been a grief to her and to Isaac both. There was a real argument to be made that Jacob ought to marry differently. So Rebekah made that argument. She made it to Isaac. Isaac listened, and the flight from a murder plot became, in the telling, a search for a proper wife. Isaac called Jacob and blessed him again. This blessing was different from the one spoken over him in the dark, the one taken from Esau's place, the one that had cost so much. This blessing was deliberate. Isaac's eyes were failing, but his mind was clear. He knew now who he was speaking to and what he was saying. He gave Jacob the blessing of Abraham, the land, the offspring, the covenant that had been running through this family since before any of them were born. He said it plainly, with intention, and let him go. So Jacob went. He left Beersheba heading north toward Haran, which was a long way from where he stood. The distance between Beersheba in the south of Canaan and Haran in the far north wasn't a journey of days. It was a journey of weeks. He was on foot, alone, carrying whatever he had been able to take. That couldn't have been much. The man who had spent his life in tents and near fires was now sleeping on bare ground with a stone for a pillow. The road ahead of him was longer than any road he had walked before. That first night the dream came. He saw a ladder set up on the earth. The top of it reached to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Not the angels alone, not just the presence of heaven, but the structure connecting the two places, the continuous movement on it. The ascending and descending, as if what was happening between earth and heaven wasn't a single event, but an ongoing exchange. And at the top of it stood the Lord, and the Lord spoke. The promise came again. The land beneath him, the offspring as numerous as the dust of the earth, the spreading in every direction. And then something that hadn't been said to Abraham in quite the same way. Something that addressed the immediate fact of the man lying there alone on the ground. "I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land." The Lord wasn't speaking to a patriarch surrounded by servants and flocks, and the visible evidence of divine favor. He was speaking to a fugitive with a stone under his head. The promise wasn't conditional on Jacob's situation improving. It was given into the worst circumstances Jacob had yet known. Jacob woke, and the text says he was afraid. He said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I didn't know it." This place, not a temple, not an altar his grandfather had built, not a place anyone had designated as sacred, a random stopping point on a road, chosen because the sun went down and he couldn't walk any further. He said, "This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." He was afraid, because that's what happens when the distance between ordinary ground and the presence of God collapses without warning. In the morning he took the stone that had been under his head and set it upright, and poured oil over it. That was the way a man marked a place where something real had happened. He made a vow. If God would be with him on this road, if he returned safely to his father's house, then this stone would be God's house, and he would give back a tenth of everything. The vow was conditional in its form, but the awe behind it wasn't. He named the place Bethel, which means house of God. It had been just a stone in a field the night before. Jacob came to the land of the people of the east and saw a well in a field with 3 flocks of sheep lying around it. There was a large stone over the mouth of the well. He had been walking for days. He had left Beersheba with a stone for a pillow and a vow made in the dark. Now here was the east. Here was a well. Here were shepherds who knew the name Laban, son of Nahor, could tell him that yes, Laban was well, that his daughter was even now coming with the flock. The world had narrowed from the vast dark of Bethel to this ordinary field, to shepherds and livestock and the smell of dust and animals in the afternoon heat. There was a custom at the well. The stone was large, and the text is deliberate about this. It wasn't moved until all the flocks had gathered. Then all the shepherds together would roll it from the mouth and water the sheep and return it to its place. This was the arrangement. Jacob asks the shepherds why they're waiting, whether the day isn't still long, whether the animals could be watered and sent back to pasture. The shepherds explain the convention as if it should be obvious to any man who has ever kept animals. Everyone waits. The stone doesn't move until everyone is present. Then Rachel came with her father's sheep. This was because she was the one who kept them, and Jacob saw her. The text moves quickly here, but the moment isn't small. He had just left a household where everything was familiar. His father's tent, his mother's voice, the land that held his grandfather's name in its soil, and he had spent nights alone on a road that had no certain ending. Now here was a woman who was his own blood, his mother's brother's daughter. She was coming toward him across a field he had never seen before. Something in that convergence of exhaustion and relief and recognition was more than he could contain. But first, before any of that, Jacob went to the stone. He rolled it from the mouth of the well alone. The text says this was a stone that required all the shepherds together on ordinary days. Whatever the explanation, whether it was the particular urgency of the moment, or something the text doesn't choose to explain, Jacob moved it alone. He watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother, and then he wept. He kissed Rachel and lifted his voice and wept. The weeping isn't explained either, and perhaps that's right. This was because there's no single word for what it contains. There's relief in it, because the journey is done and the road has delivered him somewhere. There's exhaustion in it, because he has been carrying fear and distance for many days. There's recognition in it, the strange comfort of finding kin in a foreign place, of hearing a name that connects back to everything he has left behind. And there may be something else in it too, something that hasn't yet declared itself, only arrived without announcing what it is. He told Rachel who he was. He told her he was Rebekah's son. She ran to tell her father. Laban came out and embraced him and brought him into his house. Jacob told him everything that had happened. The text says Laban heard all these things and said, "Surely you're my bone and my flesh." He stayed a month of work, because Jacob wasn't a man who sat without purpose. Laban wasn't a man who let capable hands go unused. At the end of the month, Laban said that Jacob shouldn't serve him for nothing, just because he was his kinsman. He asked what his wages should be. Laban had 2 daughters. The older was Leah, and the younger was Rachel. The text says that Rachel was beautiful of form and face, and that Jacob loved her. What follows from that's straightforward, though the simplicity of it's the point. Jacob told Laban he would serve 7 years for Rachel, the younger daughter. Laban agreed, and Jacob served 7 years. What the text says about those 7 years is brief and complete. It doesn't recount them in detail. It doesn't list the seasons or the losses or the small accumulations of that time. It says only that they seemed to him like a few days. This was because of the love he had for her. This is the most compressed rendering of time in all of Genesis. 7 years reduced to a sentence. The sentence makes it feel not like a shortening, but like an abundance. Like time so full of meaning that its length became irrelevant. He wasn't enduring the years. He was living inside them. 7 years, and they seemed to him like only a few days. This was because of the love he had for her. In the morning it was Leah, and Jacob looked at her and went to Laban and said, "What's this you've done to me?" Which is the kind of sentence a man says when he already knows the answer. Laban's answer was simple. In this place, the older daughter goes before the younger. It wasn't written anywhere that Jacob had been told. It was simply the way things were done, and Jacob hadn't thought to ask. And now the week of the wedding feast had to be completed. And then, after that, after the 7 days with Leah, Rachel would also be given to him for another 7 years of work. This is the explanation Laban offers, and it's delivered without apology, without hesitation, as a man states a rule that has always been obvious to everyone but the person standing in front of him. The irony isn't small. Jacob had stood in a dim tent before his blind father and worn another man's skin on his hands. He had answered to a name that wasn't his. He had received a blessing that belonged, in the ordinary arrangement of things, to someone else. Now he had spent a night with a woman he believed was Rachel, and she wasn't Rachel, and the darkness had made the substitution possible, and there was nothing to be done about it. What the text doesn't say aloud, it arranges carefully. Jacob, who worked through darkness and substitution to take what wasn't given to him, receives through darkness and substitution something he didn't ask for. The mechanism is the same, only the direction has changed. So there were 2 wives now, Leah first, and then Rachel, and Laban gave each of them a handmaid, Zilpah to Leah and Bilhah to Rachel, which would matter later in ways that couldn't yet be seen. Jacob loved Rachel. The text says this plainly, without cushioning it. He loved Rachel more than Leah. And the Lord saw that Leah wasn't loved, and the Lord opened her womb. Leah's first son she called Reuben. The name means see, a son, or the Lord has seen my affliction. She said, surely the Lord has looked upon my misery, now my husband will love me. There's a whole life compressed into that sentence. She has given him a son. She believes this changes something. She's already looking toward Jacob, already measuring his face for a shift that hasn't yet come. The second son she called Simeon. The Lord has heard that I'm unloved. She's still accounting, still translating her position in the household into names, as if the naming is also a testimony, as if someone is listening who should know what her days are like. The third son she called Levi. Now this time my husband will be attached to me. The word Levi sounds like the word for attached. 3 sons, and she's still waiting. The longing in these names isn't quiet. It's the loudest thing in the chapter, and it belongs entirely to Leah, who has given Jacob more sons than anyone and received less of him than the woman who has given him none. The fourth son she called Judah. This time I'll praise the Lord. And she stopped bearing for a time. Rachel had nothing. She watched her sister, and she couldn't bear it. She went to Jacob and said, "Give me children, or I'll die." Jacob's response wasn't tender. He said, "Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" It's a true answer. It isn't a gentle one. Rachel gave him her handmaid Bilhah, saying, "She shall bear on my knees, so that even I may have children through her." Bilhah conceived and bore a son, and Rachel called him Dan, which means judged, because God has judged me, and has also heard my voice. A second son through Bilhah she called Naphtali. With mighty wrestlings I've wrestled with my sister, and have prevailed. The word she uses for wrestlings is intense, almost violent. This isn't a household at peace. It's a household in which two women are contending for something that neither of them can fully have, and the children are the markers of the contest, and the names are the record of it. Leah, seeing that she had stopped bearing, gave her handmaid Zilpah to Jacob. Zilpah bore a son, and Leah called him Gad. Good fortune. A second son through Zilpah she called Asher. Happy am I, for women will call me happy. Leah is still counting, still measuring, still reaching toward some version of the life she imagined when she first lay down in that dark tent and became someone's wife without being chosen. Then the mandrakes. Reuben, the oldest son, found mandrakes in the field during the wheat harvest and brought them to his mother. Mandrakes were believed to aid fertility. Rachel asked Leah for some of them. Leah's answer is sharp and immediate. "Is it a small matter that you've taken my husband? Would you take my son's mandrakes also?" The question lands hard. Rachel has Jacob's love. Leah has his sons. And now Rachel wants even the small thing Leah's child has carried in from a field. They bargain. Rachel will give Leah a night with Jacob in exchange for the mandrakes. Leah goes out to meet Jacob when he comes in from the field and tells him plainly, "You must come in to me, for I've hired you with my son's mandrakes." He came into her that night. The directness of it, the transaction of it, the way it strips away any pretense about the shape of this household. It's one of those small moments in the text that opens very wide when you look at it steadily. Leah conceived again and bore a fifth son and called him Issachar. God has given me my wages because I gave my servant to my husband. A sixth son she called Zebulun. God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me. She's still saying it, still hoping the accounting will eventually come out in her favor. And then a daughter, Dinah, who's named and then left to the side of the story for now, though she won't remain there. God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her, and she conceived, and the name she gave the boy was Joseph, which means, "May he add another," because even in relief she was already asking for more. 20 years had passed by the time Jacob decided, or was told, to go back to the land of his father, and the household he was preparing to move was nothing like the single man who had left with a stone for a pillow. He was leaving with wives and children and servants and flocks that spread across the hillsides farther than a man could count in an afternoon. The wealth had come through a negotiation with Laban. The kind of negotiation that looked, on the surface, like Laban had the better of it. Jacob would take as his wages all the spotted and speckled animals from Laban's flocks, the ones that were already marked by difference, already set apart from the solid-colored majority. But the flocks Jacob managed began to produce spotted and speckled young at a rate that couldn't be explained by ordinary breeding alone. The text records that God appeared to Jacob and told him plainly that he had seen what Laban had done, that the increase had come by divine direction, and that the time had come to leave. Laban's sons had noticed the shift. Their faces had changed toward Jacob, which is how the text describes the particular coldness that comes when men believe they've been outmaneuvered. Laban himself was no longer looking at Jacob the way he once had. The household had tilted, and everyone living in it could feel the tilt. Jacob called Rachel and Leah out to the field to speak to them away from the house. He told them what he had observed. He told them what God had said. Both women answered with one voice, which was rare enough to be worth noting. They said that their father had treated them as strangers, that whatever God had said to Jacob, he should do it. There was no argument. There was no delay. The flight happened while Laban was away shearing sheep. They took everything and crossed the river and set their faces toward Canaan. Laban pursued them for 7 days before catching them in the hill country of Gilead. He had words he intended to say. He said most of them, but the night before he reached Jacob's camp, God had come to Laban in a dream and told him plainly, "Say nothing to Jacob, good or bad." And so Laban, who had built his life on words deployed at the right moment, arrived at Jacob's camp with his power already removed from him. They argued. They searched the tents for the household gods that Rachel had taken and hidden under her saddle. Sitting on them while her father looked, Laban didn't find them. Eventually, the argument exhausted itself. They made a covenant at a place called Mizpah, which means watchtower. They set up a heap of stones as a witness. Laban said, "The Lord watch between you and me when we're absent from one another." It sounds, in isolation, like a blessing. In context, it was the agreement of two men who didn't trust each other to mark a permanent boundary between their lives. Laban returned north in the morning. Jacob continued south. The long chapter of Haran was finished, but Canaan held something that Haran hadn't. It held Esau. Jacob sent messengers ahead to his brother in the land of Seir, and the messengers came back with news. Esau was coming to meet him, and Esau was bringing 400 men. What does a man do with that information? Jacob divided his company into 2 camps. If Esau struck one, the other might escape. And then Jacob prayed. It's worth pausing here, because this prayer is different from the vow he made at Bethel, which had the structure of a transaction. If you do this, I'll do that. This prayer had no transaction in it. He began by calling on the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac. He named the commandment he was following. Return to your country and your kindred. Then he said something that a man doesn't say unless he means it. He said he wasn't worthy of the least of all the mercies and all the faithfulness that God had shown him. He had crossed the Jordan with only his staff, and now he was 2 camps. He was asking God to deliver him from his brother. But he didn't argue that he deserved deliverance. He only asked. The gifts went ahead that night. Hundreds of animals arranged in separate waves. Each drove with instructions for the servant leading it. Say, "These are a present from your servant Jacob, and he's coming behind us." The theory was that each successive wave of gifts would soften Esau before Jacob arrived. That night, Jacob sent his wives and his children and everything across the ford of the Jabbok. Then he went back, and he was alone. Why he went back isn't explained. The text simply records that he was there by himself on the north bank of the river, and then a man came and wrestled with him until the breaking of the day. Not a vision, not a dream, a physical encounter in the dark, on the ground, at the edge of moving water. They wrestled through the whole night without either one prevailing. When the man saw that he couldn't overcome Jacob, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, and the hip was put out of joint while they were wrestling. And still Jacob wouldn't let go. The man said, "Let me go, for the day is breaking." Jacob said he wouldn't let go unless the man blessed him. The man asked his name. Jacob said it. And then the man said that his name would no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because he had struggled with God and with men and had prevailed. Jacob asked the man's name in return. The man didn't give it. He blessed him there and was gone. What had happened at the Jabbok isn't fully explained anywhere in the text. Jacob named the place Peniel, saying he had seen God face to face and yet his life had been preserved, which tells you something about what he understood the encounter to have been. He carried away from it a limp that he would carry for the rest of his life. He crossed over Peniel, limping because of his hip, and the sun rose upon him, and he was different from the man who had gone down to the water in the dark. Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him. They both wept, which isn't what Jacob's prayer had asked for. He had asked for survival. He received something that felt like grace. Jacob had divided his household into 2 camps, sent wave after wave of gifts ahead, bowed 7 times to the ground as he approached. Each bow a kind of punctuation in a sentence he wasn't sure would end well. 400 men were with Esau. Jacob didn't know what that number meant. And then there was running and embracing and weeping. The calculation that Jacob had been running in his mind for 20 years collapsed into something he hadn't prepared for. He pressed the gift forward anyway. He had sent flocks ahead, goats and rams, camels, cows, bulls, donkeys, a vast offering moving in waves toward his brother before Jacob himself arrived. Esau's first response was refusal. He said he had enough, that Jacob should keep what was his. Jacob insisted. The language he used was careful and deliberate. "Receive my gift at my hand. This was because I've seen your face and it's like seeing the face of God. This was because you received me favorably. This isn't flattery. It's the speech of a man who has spent a night wrestling and is still processing what mercy looks like when it arrives wearing a familiar face." Esau accepted. They spoke briefly about traveling together. Jacob suggested that Esau go ahead, that the children and the nursing animals couldn't move at Esau's pace, that he would come gradually to Esau's country in Seir. Jacob said there was no need, and so the roads parted, as roads between brothers sometimes do, with warmth and no particular resolution, each man going back to the life he had built while the other was elsewhere. Esau went to Seir. Jacob didn't go to Seir. He went to Succoth, and then he crossed into Canaan and came to Shechem. He bought a piece of land and set up his tent and erected an altar. He called it El Elohi Israel, which means God, the God of Israel. He was planting himself. He was naming the ground. But Shechem wouldn't remain a place of settling. Dinah, the daughter of Leah, went out to visit the women of the land. She went out, and Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her and took her and lay with her by force. What follows in the text is the strange and terrible account of Hamor coming to negotiate a marriage. Jacob's sons heard what had happened when they came in from the field. The text says they were grieved and very angry because he had done an outrageous thing in Israel. Simeon and Levi, Dinah's full brothers, moved separately from the others. They agreed to the marriage proposal on one condition, that every male in the city be circumcised. Hamor and Shechem agreed. The men of the city agreed. And on the 3rd day, when the pain of that was at its worst, Simeon and Levi took their swords and killed every male in the city. They took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The other sons came and plundered, taking flocks and herds and everything the city held. Jacob's response was fear. He said to Simeon and Levi that they had made him a stench to the people of the land, that he was few in number, that the surrounding peoples would gather against him and destroy him and his household. Simeon and Levi answered with a question. Should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? The text doesn't resolve the argument. It simply holds both things in the same space, the way unresolvable things exist in families. God told Jacob to go up to Bethel. Before the household moved, Jacob commanded them to put away the foreign gods among them, to purify themselves, to change their garments. They gave him all the foreign gods they were carrying, the rings that were in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem. A terror from God fell on the cities around them, and no one pursued. They came to Bethel. Jacob built an altar there, in the place where God had appeared to him when he was fleeing from his brother. God appeared to him again and confirmed the name Israel, and repeated the promise, the same land, the same fruitfulness, the same nations and kings to come from his body. It was the promise returning to the place where it had first been given on a night when a stone was all he had for a pillow. Jacob set up a stone pillar and poured oil on it, just as he had done the first time. And then they moved south. Rachel went into labor on the road, and the labor was hard. The midwife said to her, "Don't fear, for you've another son." She named him Benoni as she was dying, which means son of my sorrow. Jacob looked at the child and named him Benjamin, which means son of my right hand. 2 names for one child, one from the mother going and one from the father remaining, both true in their own direction. Rachel died and was buried on the road. Jacob set a pillar on her grave. The pillar of Rachel's grave is there to this day. That's one of those sentences that insists the road is real and the grief on it was real, and the stone is still standing. Joseph was 17 years old when the coat appears, and the coat is the kind of thing that can only make sense if you understand that Jacob had never fully recovered from Rachel's death and was now looking at her son. Rachel had died on the road to Bethlehem, calling her last child Benoni before Jacob renamed him, and the grief of that road had settled into Jacob in a way that didn't lift. Joseph was what remained of her. The coat, whether we translate it as many colors or long sleeves, the Hebrew isn't entirely settled, was a visible thing, a wearable declaration. It couldn't be missed. That was the point, and the brothers understood it perfectly. There were 10 older brothers, sons of Leah and Bilhah and Zilpah, men who worked in the fields and kept the flocks and did the labor that sustains a household of that size. And there was Joseph, 17, wearing what their father had given him. The text says they hated him and couldn't speak peaceably to him. That phrase is precise in a way that matters. It doesn't say they argued with him or competed with him. It says they couldn't speak peaceably. The hatred had moved past argument into something quieter and more total. When a man can't offer another man an ordinary word of greeting without what lies beneath it rising up, the situation has already passed a threshold. This is where the household stood before the dreams began. The first dream came, and Joseph told it. He told it to his brothers, which raises a question. Did he not understand what the telling would do, or did he understand and tell it anyway? The dream wasn't subtle. They were binding sheaves in the field, and his sheaf rose and stood upright, and their sheaves gathered around it and bowed down. His brothers heard it and said, "Will you indeed reign over us? Will you indeed have dominion over us?" The text says they hated him even more because of his dreams and because of his words. So they had heard what the dream meant, and Joseph had said it out loud in the room where they were all standing. The second dream followed. This time it was the sun and the moon and 11 stars, and they were all bowing down to him. He told his father as well this time, and Jacob rebuked him. He said, "What's this dream that you've dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the ground before you?" The rebuke was real, But then the text adds a single sentence that changes everything about how we read Jacob's response. He rebuked his son, and he kept the matter in mind. He didn't forget it. He set it aside in the way that a person sets aside something they don't yet know what to do with. The father who had wrestled with God at the Jabbok, the father who had been renamed Israel, recognized something in these dreams, even if he couldn't yet name what he recognized. The brothers went to Shechem to pasture the flocks, and Jacob sent Joseph after them. This is a domestic detail, but it sits uneasily in the story. Shechem wasn't an easy name in this family's memory. It was the city where Dinah had been taken, where Simeon and Levi had answered with massacre, where Jacob had been afraid of what the surrounding peoples would do. And now the brothers were there with the flocks, and Jacob sent the son they hated to find them and bring back word. Perhaps Jacob didn't calculate what he was putting into motion. Perhaps the coat had already told him more about his own blindness than he was prepared to see. Joseph was sent, and he set out from the valley of Hebron. He didn't find them at Shechem. A man found him wandering in a field and told him they had moved on to Dothan. Joseph went to Dothan. He was still coming toward them when they saw him. That's the detail the text offers, and it's a detail worth holding. He was still at a distance. He hadn't arrived. There was space between the seeing and the meeting, and in that space something happened in the brothers. Not an argument, not a confrontation, a conspiracy. The older brothers looked at the coat coming across the open ground, and they said, "Here comes this dreamer. Here comes the master of dreams." What would happen, they began to ask one another, if the dreamer and the dreams both simply ended? They saw him afar off, and before he came near to them, they conspired against him. And that distance between seeing and arrival is where everything terrible was decided. They took Joseph and threw him into the pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it, and then they sat down to eat bread. This detail is one of the most quietly devastating in all of Genesis. Not that they threw him in, not that they had plotted against him since that distance across the field, but that they sat down to eat. The pit was there, Joseph was in it, and the bread was brought out and the meal began, which is the kind of thing a person reads and feels before they understand it. Reuben hadn't agreed to this. The text makes that clear. He was the oldest son, and something in him resisted what the others were willing to do. And he had spoken when the others were speaking of blood, and proposed instead the pit, the empty pit, thinking he would come back later when the others had moved on and pull Joseph out and bring him back to his father. That was the plan. It was a quiet plan, a plan that required time and the right moment. But the right moment didn't come, because while Reuben was away from that place, a caravan appeared on the road, Ishmaelite traders, coming down from Gilead with their camels loaded and their faces set toward Egypt. And Judah looked at them and spoke. "Why should we kill our brother and cover his blood?" he said. "There is no profit in it. Let us sell him. He is our brother, our own flesh." And the others listened. 20 pieces of silver changed hands. Joseph was lifted out of the pit and handed to the traders, and the caravan continued south toward Egypt. And Reuben came back to find the pit empty in a different way than he had left it. They took the coat then, the long-sleeved coat, the visible thing that had announced Jacob's love every time Joseph wore it in their presence. They killed a goat and dipped the coat in its blood and brought it to their father and asked him to look at it and tell them whether it was his son's coat or not. They didn't say Joseph was dead. They let the coat speak. Jacob looked at it, and he knew it, and he said, "A wild beast has devoured him. Joseph is surely torn to pieces." He tore his own clothes then. He put on sackcloth. He mourned. And all his sons and all his daughters came to comfort him, and he refused. He refused to be comforted. He said he would go down to his son into the grave mourning. All his children around him, all of them rising to offer what comfort they could, and none of it reached him. Because what he was mourning wasn't just Joseph. He was mourning the son of Rachel, the long-awaited son, the son of the old age and the long love and the tent that had been empty. There are griefs that can't be comforted because they reach back too far, because they aren't only the loss in front of you, but everything the loss has taken with it. Jacob wept for his son, and he wouldn't stop, and that refusal is one of the most human things in the whole story. Meanwhile, the caravan was still moving. The road from Gilead down into Egypt was long, and Joseph was somewhere on it, among strangers, a boy of 17 going farther from his father's house with every hour. What he thought on that road the text doesn't say. Whether he wept, or whether something in him had already begun to harden into endurance, we don't know. We know only the destination, and the man waiting at the end of it. Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had brought him down there. Around the same time, Judah went down from his brothers and turned aside to a man of Adullam named Hira, which is the kind of sentence that begins a story that nobody put next to Joseph's story by accident. Judah married there. He found a Canaanite woman, the daughter of a man named Shua, and she bore him 3 sons. Was the firstborn, then Onan, then Shelah. When was old enough, Judah found him a wife. Her name was Tamar. The text tells us almost nothing about her at this point. But was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord put him to death. It simply records the outcome, the same economy the narrative uses when it is said enough. Then the custom of levirate obligation moved the story to Onan. When a man died without children, his brother was expected to take the widow and raise up offspring in the dead man's name. This wasn't sentiment. It was how a line survived, how a name continued into the next generation. Onan knew that any child born wouldn't be counted as his own. He refused to fulfill the obligation fully. This too was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and Onan died as well. Judah was left with 1 son. Shelah was still young, and Judah told Tamar to return to her father's house and remain a widow until Shelah came of age. It was a reasonable thing to say. It was also, as the years passed, a promise that quietly stopped moving toward fulfillment. Shelah grew up. Judah didn't send for Tamar. The text notes this plainly. Judah feared that Shelah would die like his brothers, so Tamar waited in her father's house, holding a promise that the man who had made it was no longer keeping. Then Judah's own wife died. Time passed. Judah went up to his sheep shearers at Timnah with his friend Hira. Tamar was told he was coming. She put off her widow's garments, covered herself with a veil, and sat at the entrance to Enaim, which was on the road to Timnah. She had understood something clearly. Shelah was grown, and she hadn't been given to him. The line wouldn't continue through waiting. Judah saw her and didn't know her. He thought she was a prostitute because her face was covered. He turned aside to her and proposed an arrangement. She asked what pledge he would give until he sent payment. He offered his signet, his cord, and his staff. She took them. He went in to her and she conceived. He sent a young goat by his friend Hira to recover the pledged items, but the woman couldn't be found. No one at the place knew anything about a woman sitting there. Judah let the matter go. He said, "Let her keep the things or we'll be laughed at." About 3 months later, Judah was told that his daughter-in-law Tamar had played the harlot and was pregnant as a result of it. His response came quickly. "Bring her out," he said, "and let her be burned." She was brought out, and at that moment she sent the signet and the cord and the staff ahead of her with a message. "The man to whom these belong is the father of my child." She said, "Please identify whose these are." The seal, the cord, the staff. Judah recognized them. He couldn't have failed to. And what he said next is one of the most startling sentences in Genesis. "She is more righteous than I," he said, "because I did not give her Shelah my son." It isn't an excuse. It isn't a deflection. It's a man looking at the evidence of what he failed to do and naming it plainly. Tamar carried twins. When the time came, one child put out a hand, and the midwife tied a scarlet thread around that wrist to mark the firstborn. But then the hand was drawn back, and the other child came out first. The one with the thread came second. The text records this small reversal without comment, the way it records so many reversals, as a thing that happened, nothing more. Judah said, "She's more righteous than I, because I didn't give her Shelah my son, and he didn't know her again." And the line continued. The Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful man, and he was in the house of his Egyptian master. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord caused all that he did to succeed in his hands. This is a remarkable thing to say about a man who has just been sold by his own brothers, carried down into a foreign country, and purchased as property by a captain of Pharaoh's guard. The address has changed entirely. The language of the covenant hasn't. What followed Abraham and remained with Isaac and pressed through 20 years of complicated household life in Haran had followed Joseph into Egypt, into slavery, into a house where nobody spoke his language and nobody knew his name before the traders brought him through the gate. Potiphar noticed something. He may not have had a name for it. He saw that whatever Joseph touched prospered, that the work ordered well, that the accounts held, that the household moved with an efficiency it hadn't had before. He put Joseph in charge, not of one thing, of everything. The text is precise about this. Potiphar made Joseph overseer of his house and put him in charge of all that he had, and from that point forward he gave no thought to anything except the food he ate. This is the portrait of a man who has been trusted absolutely. And Joseph, who had been his father's favorite, who had worn the coat that set him apart, who had dreamed dreams that put his brothers beneath him. This Joseph learned in Potiphar's house what it meant to carry responsibility for someone else's world and carry it faithfully, without his father watching, without any audience at all. Then the text introduces another detail. Joseph was handsome in form and appearance. Here the detail is recorded in the same careful language, and it matters for what comes next. Potiphar's wife looked at Joseph and wanted him. She asked. He refused. This wasn't a single encounter that was rejected and forgotten. She spoke to him day after day, and day after day he refused. His refusal had a shape to it, a reason he named plainly. Potiphar had withheld nothing from him except her, because she was his wife. To take what had been withheld would be a betrayal of the man who had trusted him with everything else. But more than that, and this is where Joseph's answer goes past the practical into something deeper. He asked how he could do this great wickedness and sin against God. Not just against Potiphar, against God. This is Joseph naming the thing that's actually at stake, the same framework that has organized the whole story from the beginning, the same covenant faithfulness that his great-grandfather Abraham had walked in imperfectly, and his grandfather Isaac had walked in, and his father Jacob had wrestled with on the bank of the river in the dark. Joseph understood who he belonged to. Then came a day when the house was empty. No one else was inside, and she caught him by his garment and spoke again, and he left the garment in her hand and fled outside. The garment, the coat that had been taken from him by his brothers and dipped in blood and carried back to Jacob, that garment is gone, but here's another one, and it's left behind in almost the same way. And once again, a piece of clothing will be used to construct a story that isn't true. She kept the garment until her husband came home. She told the story she had built around it. She told it first to the men of the household, then again to Potiphar, and both times she placed the blame elsewhere, on the Hebrew slave her husband had brought into the house. Potiphar's anger burned. The text says this: the story doesn't resolve the ambiguity. It simply records what happened next. Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined, and he was there in prison. But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him steadfast love and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison, which is the same sentence, almost exactly, that was used about Potiphar's house, as if the text wants to make sure you notice that the address has changed but the presence hasn't. The keeper of the prison committed everything to Joseph's charge. Whatever was done there, Joseph was responsible for it. The text says the keeper didn't look into anything under Joseph's authority, because the Lord was with him and caused whatever he did to prosper. This is the pattern now: pit, house, prison. In each place, something in Joseph rises to the surface and is recognized. He simply works, and the work speaks in a language that even his captors can hear. At some point after this, 2 men were sent to the prison. One was the chief cupbearer of Pharaoh, and the other was the chief baker. The captain of the guard, Potiphar, or someone in his position, assigned Joseph to attend to them. They were there for some time, and then one night both men dreamed. In the morning, Joseph came to them and saw that something was different in their faces. He asked them directly, "Why do your faces look troubled today?" This is the kind of question that requires paying attention. It requires looking at the person in front of you rather than simply moving through the work of the day. Joseph was looking, and he saw distress, and he asked about it. They told him, "We've each had a dream, and there's no one to interpret it." Joseph's answer to this is one of the more striking things he says in the whole account. Interpretations belong to God, he tells them. "Tell me your dreams." He doesn't claim the ability as his own. He directs it elsewhere before he has even heard what the dreams contain. The cupbearer spoke first. He described a vine with 3 branches that budded and blossomed and produced clusters of ripe grapes. And in the dream, Pharaoh's cup was in the cupbearer's hand, and he pressed the grapes into the cup and placed it in Pharaoh's hand. Joseph told him what it meant. The 3 branches were 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh would lift up the cupbearer's head and restore him to his position. And then Joseph said something he hadn't said before, something personal and direct. "Remember me when it is well with you. Do me the kindness of mentioning me to Pharaoh and bring me out of this place." He named the pit. He said he had been stolen out of the land of the Hebrews. He said he had done nothing to deserve the dungeon. It's one of the few moments where Joseph speaks his own suffering plainly. The baker heard the interpretation and was emboldened by it. His dream was this: 3 baskets of bread on his head, and the top basket full of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds eating from the basket. Joseph told him what it meant. The 3 baskets were 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh would lift up the baker's head from him. He would be hanged. The birds would eat his flesh. The 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday. There was a feast for all his servants, and in the middle of it he remembered the cupbearer and the baker. He restored the cupbearer to his cup. He hanged the baker. Both things happened exactly as Joseph had said, on the same day, in the same festival, before the same king. The work of the palace resumed around him, and Joseph remained in the prison, and the cupbearer didn't remember him. The chief cupbearer didn't remember Joseph, but forgot him. And Joseph was still there, in the prison, and outside the prison walls another Egyptian night came down, the same as any other night, neither hurrying nor pausing, indifferent to the dreams that had been dreamed inside it. 2 years passed after the cupbearer returned to his place beside the throne, and the prison held Joseph the same as it always had, patient and indifferent, and nothing changed until the night Pharaoh dreamed. The prison had its own rhythm. Days arrived and departed with the same dull weight. Joseph had spoken meaning into the dreams of 2 men and had been right about both of them, and still nothing had moved on his behalf. 2 years isn't a brief interval. It's long enough for certainty to erode, for the thing a man believed about his future to begin to seem like a story he once told himself. Whatever Joseph understood about God's presence in his circumstances, he still lived inside a cell, and the cupbearer had forgotten him, and the silence from the palace was complete. Then Pharaoh slept, and the night delivered something that wouldn't let him rest. He stood beside the Nile in the dream. The river was as it always was, vast and slow and indifferent to the affairs of men, the source of Egypt's life and the measure of Egypt's power. And from the water 7 cows came up. They were fat, they were beautiful. They moved onto the bank and began to graze in the reed grass, and everything about them was abundance made visible. Then 7 more cows came up after them. These were thin. They were gaunt in a way that the word thin can't fully capture, wasted past hunger into something that looked like ruin. And the thin cows ate the fat cows. They consumed them entirely, and when it was finished, nothing had changed in the thin cows. They looked exactly as they had before. No fullness, no evidence that the devouring had occurred. They stood on the bank as hollow as when they had risen from the water, and Pharaoh woke. The dream wasn't a dream a man could release easily and return to sleep. It had the quality of something that arrives with intention, something weighted with a meaning just beyond the reach of ordinary understanding. Pharaoh lay awake with it. Then he slept again. The second dream came immediately. 7 heads of grain on a single stalk, full and good, ripened in the way that means harvest and sufficiency and the continued survival of a people. Then 7 thin heads appeared, withered by the east wind, parched down to almost nothing, and the 7 thin heads swallowed the 7 full heads. The same logic as the cows, the same impossible consumption, the same absence of any visible change in the thing that had consumed. Pharaoh woke. The morning was there, the palace was there, the court was waiting, but the dreams were still with him in a way that the ordinary images of sleep aren't. These had the texture of something real, something pressing. He was troubled. That word in the ancient texts carries its full weight here, not merely unsettled. Troubled in the way that a man is troubled when he senses that something significant has arrived and he doesn't yet have the capacity to meet it. He summoned the magicians. He called all the wise men of Egypt, the men trained precisely for this kind of reading, the interpreters of signs and visions, the scholars of the hidden language that was believed to run beneath visible events. Pharaoh told them both dreams and waited. None of them could tell him what the dreams meant, and Pharaoh's unease deepened, and it was then that the cupbearer remembered. The chief cupbearer spoke then, not from loyalty to Joseph, but from the strange pressure of a memory that had finally become useful, and he told Pharaoh about a young Hebrew in the prison who had interpreted his dream and the baker's dream and been right about both. He didn't speak of Joseph with affection. He spoke of him the way a man speaks of a tool he once found useful and then set down and forgot. He remembered the prison. He remembered the morning he and the baker had each woken troubled, and the young Hebrew had noticed. He remembered the interpretations, one glad and one devastating, and he remembered that both had come true on the same day, before the same king, at the same feast. 2 years had buried this memory beneath the ordinary business of palace life, and he hadn't thought of it. But Pharaoh's unease was sitting in the room, and the cupbearer had something that might relieve it, and so he spoke. This is how God works through the indifferent as readily as through the devoted. The cupbearer owed Joseph nothing. He had forgotten him without guilt, returned to his wine and his proximity to power, and left a man in a cell without a second thought. But the forgetting had an end. What had been buried came back precisely when it was needed, not a day early, not a year early, exactly then. The forgotten memory, the unremarkable detail about a young prisoner who could interpret dreams, became the hinge on which everything turned. Pharaoh sent for Joseph immediately. The text moves quickly here, but the speed shouldn't obscure what was actually happening. A man who had spent years in prison, who had entered that place as a slave and remained as a forgotten favor, was now being summoned by the most powerful ruler in the world. There was preparation before the audience. Joseph was brought out, shaved, his prison clothing replaced with garments fit for a palace. The shaving and the change of clothes weren't incidental. In Egypt, appearance carried meaning. To come before Pharaoh disheveled was unthinkable. To come before him clean and properly dressed was to cross a threshold, to exist, at least in that moment, in a different world entirely. Consider what that crossing meant for Joseph. He had been thrown into a pit by his brothers. He had been sold into slavery in a foreign country. He had served faithfully in Potiphar's house and been imprisoned on a false accusation. He had interpreted dreams in that prison and asked only to be remembered, and had been forgotten. Every reversal had been downward. Every floor he stood on had eventually given way. And now, without warning, without his own effort or petition, without any move he had made, the floor was rising. The dungeon was beneath him, and the palace was ahead, and he hadn't arranged any of it. Joseph stood before Pharaoh, and the dungeon was behind him, and whatever came next, it wouldn't be the dungeon. Pharaoh told him the dreams from the beginning, the cows rising from the Nile and the thin ones eating the fat ones, and nothing changing in the thin ones afterward. And Joseph listened, and then said that the interpretation wasn't in him, that God would give Pharaoh an answer. Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find a man like this, in whom is the Spirit of God?" The question wasn't rhetorical. Pharaoh was looking around the room for a reason to disagree with himself. He didn't find one. Since God had shown Joseph all of this, there was no one as discerning and wise. Pharaoh said this directly to Joseph. Then he said, "You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only in the throne itself would Pharaoh be greater." What followed was the physical enactment of that declaration. Pharaoh took the signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand. He clothed him in garments of fine linen. He put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in his second chariot. They called out before him that the people should bow the knee. He gave him a name, Zaphenath-Paneah. The meaning is debated, but the act isn't. A new name for a new life. He gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar the priest of On, as his wife. Consider what had been taken from Joseph and what was now being returned. He had been thrown into a pit with nothing. He had been sold. He had been falsely accused and imprisoned. Every marker of dignity had been stripped away at least once, and often more than once. Now he had a ring, a robe, a chain, a chariot, a name, a household. Not one of these things was taken back. Not one of them was provisional. Pharaoh didn't say he would reconsider. He placed Joseph over all the land of Egypt, and that was where Joseph stood. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he went out from Pharaoh's presence and passed through all the land. During the 7 years of abundance, the earth produced in great quantities, and Joseph went through all the land of Egypt, gathering grain and storing it in the cities, laying up in each city the food from the fields around it. This was administrative work on a scale that Egypt had never attempted. The Nile Valley was long, the delta wide, and the network of cities and villages that depended on both was vast. Joseph moved through all of it. He was no longer a prisoner moving through a single corridor of stone. He was the second man in the most powerful kingdom in the known world, and the authority Pharaoh had placed on him was real. The signet ring wasn't ceremonial. It meant that his word carried the weight of the throne itself, and in every city the grain came in, season after season, in quantities that strained the imagination. During this same period, Joseph's personal life changed in ways that would have been unimaginable to the boy who had been sold by his brothers. Pharaoh gave him a wife. Her name was Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. This wasn't a minor connection. On, which the Greeks would later call Heliopolis, was one of the great religious centers of Egypt, a city defined by the worship of the sun. To marry the daughter of its chief priest was to be woven into the fabric of Egyptian society at the highest level. Joseph, the Hebrew slave, the forgotten prisoner, now had a household and a name in Egypt. He had a place. 2 sons were born to him in those years, and he named them in ways that carried the full weight of his history. The first he called Manasseh, which means God has made me forget. Not forget in the sense of having no memory, but forget in the sense that the grief had finally loosened its hold. The bitterness of the pit, the years of Potiphar's house, the prison, the cupbearer's silence, all of it had given way to something else. The second he called Ephraim, which means God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering. Not the land he had come from, the land of his suffering. He didn't pretend that Egypt had been easy. He named the truth of it, and in the same breath he named the miracle within it. These names were a theology compressed into syllables. They said that what had been done to Joseph hadn't been the final word. They said that God's purposes had been running quietly beneath everything, through the pit and the prison and the long years of waiting, and that those purposes had brought him here, to this place, to this household, to these sons. The 7 years ran their course. The fields gave generously. The cities filled, and then the land began to change. The Nile's behavior shifted. The harvests thinned. The abundance that had seemed permanent revealed itself as the season it had always been. When the 7 years of plenty that had come to the land of Egypt ended, the 7 years of famine began to come, just as Joseph had said. And famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. When Jacob saw that there was grain for sale in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another?" And he sent 10 of them down to Egypt to buy grain. But Jacob didn't send Benjamin with his brothers, because he was afraid something might happen to him. The famine had spread far beyond the borders of Egypt. It had moved through Canaan and into the surrounding territories with the slow, grinding certainty of a thing that doesn't negotiate. The storehouses that Joseph had filled during 7 years of abundance were now the only real source of food for an entire region, and people came from every direction to buy what Egypt had set aside. Jacob's family wasn't unique in this. They were simply desperate, the same as everyone else. And the road to Egypt was crowded with men who had run out of other options. The man overseeing grain distribution in Egypt, the man before whom all buyers were required to appear, was their brother. Joseph was now second only to Pharaoh. He had been given authority over the whole land, and the grain that moved through Egypt moved through his hands. He was dressed in the clothing of an Egyptian official. He spoke as one. 22 years had passed since his brothers had sold him, and they had no reason to expect that the boy they had thrown into a pit and traded away had become anything at all. The 10 brothers arrived and bowed before him with their faces to the ground. The text is precise about this. They bowed. The dream Joseph had dreamed in Canaan, the dream his brothers had mocked and his father had noted with unease, the dream of sheaves bowing down. It was completing itself in an Egyptian receiving hall, in front of a man they didn't recognize. Joseph saw his brothers, and he knew them immediately. He knew their faces. He knew their posture. He knew exactly who they were. He concealed it. He spoke roughly to them through an interpreter, treating them as strangers, as potential threats. "Where have you come from?" he said. "From the land of Canaan," they answered, "to buy food." And Joseph said to them, "You're spies. You've come to see the weakness of the land." The brothers denied it with the urgency of men who understood what the accusation meant. "We're honest men," they said. "We aren't spies. We're 12 brothers, sons of one man in the land of Canaan. The youngest is with our father today, and one is no more. One is no more." They said it without knowing who was listening. The brother they had sold was standing before them, interpreting their words through an interpreter he didn't need, and they called him no more. Joseph had heard them describe him to his face as a man who no longer existed in the world. The brothers said to one another, in the hearing of the interpreter they didn't know was unnecessary, "We're guilty concerning our brother. We saw his distress when he begged us and we didn't listen. That's why this distress has come upon us." They had carried it for 2 decades. The guilt hadn't dissolved with time. It had simply been covered over, and now it was being uncovered by a situation they couldn't control. Joseph chose Simeon and bound him before their eyes. The remaining 9 were loaded with grain. They were sent on their way. They left Egypt with their grain, and Simeon stayed behind in the place where Joseph had put him. And the road north toward Canaan was long, and the weight of what had happened to them sat heavier than the grain. At the lodging place on the way home, one of them opened his sack to give his donkey feed, and he saw his money there at the mouth of the sack, and his heart failed him. He called to his brothers. He told them what he had found. Their hearts went out to one another, because they didn't understand it, and what a man can't understand he fears. The weight of the silver had left their hands and entered the storehouses of Egypt, and now here it was again, returned without explanation, sitting at the top of the sack like an accusation. What had the governor done? What did it mean? What's this that God has done to us? The question wasn't rhetorical. It was the genuine cry of men who felt themselves caught inside something larger than their own choices, something moving around them that they couldn't name. When they arrived home and stood before their father Jacob, they told him everything. They told him about the governor of Egypt, about the accusations of espionage, about the 3 days they had spent in prison while he considered what to do with them. They told him about the terms he had set. One brother would remain in Egypt. The rest would go home. But they must return with their youngest brother, and only then would the governor believe their account, and only then would Simeon be released, and only then would they be permitted to buy grain again. They told Jacob about Simeon. Then they emptied their sacks, and every man's bundle of money was there. All of it returned. Jacob looked at his sons, and they looked at him, and the fear that had begun at the lodging place settled fully into the house. Jacob couldn't accept the terms. His answer wasn't anger, it was grief. He had sent 10 sons to Egypt and returned with 9, and he wouldn't now send 11 and risk returning with 8. Joseph was gone. That wound had never closed. It had simply become familiar, the way an old injury becomes part of how a man moves through the world. He carried it every day. To risk Benjamin was to risk the last of Rachel's children, the last living proof of what he had once been given and loved most completely. He wouldn't do it. Reuben stepped forward. Reuben was the eldest, and he spoke with the authority of a firstborn trying to reclaim standing he had long since lost. He offered his own sons. He said to Jacob, "Put my 2 sons to death if I don't bring Benjamin back to you." It was meant as a pledge of absolute seriousness, but Jacob heard only a father willing to offer his grandsons as collateral, and that wasn't reassurance. That was another dimension of loss waiting to be opened. Jacob refused. He didn't deliberate long. His refusal wasn't calculation. It was the response of a man who had absorbed all the grief he could hold and wouldn't voluntarily approach the edge of more. Benjamin's brother was dead. Benjamin would stay home. If something were to happen to him on the road, in Egypt, in the hands of a foreign governor who had already shown himself capable of arbitrary violence, it would bring down Jacob's gray head with sorrow to the place of the dead. He used that word, sorrow, not risk, not concern. Sorrow, which is what remains when hope has been outlasted. The grain would run out eventually. They all knew it. The famine hadn't ended. Egypt was still the only place where bread could be bought, and the governor had made the terms clear, but Jacob wouldn't move. He sat with his refusal the way a man sits with a wound he has decided not to treat, because the treatment seems worse than the wound itself. Jacob said, "Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin. All this has come against me." The famine was severe in the land, and when they had eaten the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again and buy us a little food." But they couldn't simply go again. That was the weight Jacob hadn't fully absorbed when he first refused. The man in Egypt had been plain about it. There would be no audience, no grain, no negotiation of any kind unless Benjamin came with them. Judah knew this. He had watched his father carry the refusal like a position of strength, but the storehouses were empty now, and positions of strength have a way of dissolving when children need to eat. It was Judah who spoke, not Reuben, who had offered his own sons as surety and been turned away. Reuben's offer had the shape of desperation. Judah's had the shape of a man who had decided something. He told his father plainly, "Send the boy with me." He didn't soften it or dress it in ceremony. He said that if Benjamin came with them, they would go and they would live and none of them would die, neither their children nor their father nor Benjamin himself. And then he said the thing that cost him something to say. He told Jacob that he personally would be the guarantee. If he didn't bring Benjamin back and set him before his father, then the fault would rest on Judah forever. He had understood, perhaps for the first time fully, what it meant to bear responsibility for another person's life. Jacob heard it and yielded. He had no ground left to stand on. He told them to take the finest things Canaan could still offer: balm and honey, gum and myrrh, pistachio nuts and almonds, the modest wealth of a land that hadn't yet failed entirely. He told them to take double the silver, to return the money that had come back in their sacks because perhaps it had been an oversight, some error in the accounts. And he told them to take Benjamin. Then he said what a man says when he has done everything he's able to do and knows it isn't enough. He said, "Let God Almighty grant them mercy before this man," that he would release Simeon and give Benjamin back. And then he said, "If I am bereaved, I am bereaved." They went down to Egypt a second time and stood before Joseph. Joseph saw Benjamin among them. This was the full brother, the other son of Rachel, the one whose birth had cost their mother her life, the one Joseph hadn't seen since he was a small child in Canaan. Joseph looked at him and felt something that couldn't be held inside the requirements of Egyptian dignity. He said to his steward, "Take these men to the house and slaughter an animal and prepare a meal, for they'll dine with me at noon." The brothers were afraid when they heard this. Being brought to this man's private house seemed like the beginning of something terrible. The steward told them to have no fear, that their God had given them the treasure, that he had received their silver. Then he brought Simeon out to them. Joseph came home at noon, and they gave him the gifts from Canaan. They bowed before him. He asked about their father, whether he still lived, whether he was well, and they said their father was alive and well, and they bowed again. He looked at Benjamin and asked if this was the youngest brother they had told him of. He said, "May God be gracious to you, my son." And then he had to leave. He went quickly to his own chamber and wept there. He washed his face and came back and ordered the food brought out. They ate, and it was strange. They were seated before him by birth order, the eldest to the youngest, arranged with a precision that had no natural explanation. And they looked at one another and were astonished. Benjamin's portion was 5 times what any of his brothers received. 5 times. No explanation was offered for it. They feasted and drank with him, and the brothers looked at each other across the table in the house of this Egyptian lord, and they didn't understand any of it. He commanded his steward to fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they could carry, and to put each man's money back in the mouth of his sack, and to put his own silver cup in the mouth of the sack of the youngest. The brothers didn't know any of this. They had eaten at the governor's table. They had seen Benjamin seated and honored and given 5 portions to their one. They had drunk with the man who had seemed so severe, so accusing, so impossible to satisfy, and somehow the evening had become a feast rather than a trial. They left the city in the morning with full sacks and lighter hearts. Whatever this Egyptian lord had wanted from them, it seemed they had provided it. The road north was open. Simeon was free and walking with them. Benjamin was with them. They were going home. Joseph waited until they had cleared the city. Then he sent his steward after them. The steward caught them on the road, and the accusation was immediate. "Why have you repaid evil for good? Why have you stolen the silver cup?" The brothers were astonished. This wasn't a question they had prepared for. They hadn't stolen anything. They had returned the money that had appeared in their sacks on the first journey, carrying it back at great personal risk, because they were afraid of what it meant to have it. They weren't thieves. They said so plainly. They said more than that. "Whoever among your servants is found to have it, let him die, and the rest of us will be slaves to my lord." This was the confidence of the completely innocent. You don't offer your life as forfeit for a crime you know you committed. They offered it because the idea of guilt was genuinely impossible to them. They had sat at this man's table. They hadn't touched his cup. They were certain. He began searching, working from the eldest to the youngest, which meant Benjamin's sack was last. The cup was in Benjamin's sack. They tore their clothes. This was the gesture of grief, of catastrophe, of the kind of loss that can't be spoken quickly. Now his sons tore theirs on a road in Egypt because Benjamin, the last son of Rachel, the one their father had refused to release, the one Judah had personally guaranteed with his own life, had been found with the governor's silver cup. They loaded their donkeys again, all of them. The text says all of them returned to the city, not just Benjamin, not just the one who would be kept. All of them went back together, and that detail matters, because at some earlier point in their lives they had left a brother behind without returning. That wasn't what they did now. Joseph was still in his house when they came in, and they fell before him on the ground, the floor of the governor's house, the same posture they had taken when they first arrived in Egypt and didn't know who he was. Joseph stood above them and asked his question, and the question wasn't really about the cup. "What deed is this that you've done?" He had accused them and trapped them and brought them back, and now he told them the terms. Benjamin would stay. The rest could go. The word he used was servant, slave. the same condition their brother had been reduced to 22 years before, sold by their hands into Egypt. Joseph had placed it now in front of them deliberately, and the question was whether they would walk away from Benjamin the way they had walked away from him. Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house and fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, "What deed is this that you've done? And the man in whose hand the cup was found, he shall be my servant, and the rest of you may go in peace to your father." Then Judah came near to him and said, "O my lord, please let your servant speak a word in my lord's hearing, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you're like Pharaoh himself." This is the moment Judah has been building toward without knowing it. Every choice he made, every failure, every year of living with what he had done, all of it has converged here, in this room, before this man whose face he doesn't recognize. Judah was the one who had said, years ago, "What profit is it if we kill our brother?" He had been the one to suggest selling Joseph to the traders going down to Egypt. He had counted that as a mercy, perhaps, or simply as the most practical solution to a problem he didn't want to solve with blood. But he hadn't wept. He had simply moved on. He begins with the history. He tells it carefully, without concealment, without self-justification. He explains that when the Lord had asked whether they had a father or a brother, they had answered truthfully. They had a father, old and worn by years and by grief. They had a younger brother, a child of his old age, the only remaining son of the mother he had loved most. And his father, Judah says, loves this boy. If he were to leave them, his father would die. That isn't a figure of speech. Judah means it literally, and he says it plainly. He describes the journey down the first time. He explains how the Lord had commanded them to bring Benjamin back, and how they had told their father, and how their father had refused. He tells it as Jacob had said it. "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and one left me, and I said, surely he has been torn to pieces, and I've never seen him since. If you take this one also from my face and harm comes to him, you'll bring down my gray hairs in evil to Sheol." He doesn't dress this up. He doesn't soften the image of an old man destroyed by the loss of one son and held together only by the presence of another. Judah had made a promise. He had stood before his father and said, "If I don't bring him back to you, then let me bear the blame before you all my days." This wasn't an empty vow. A man who makes such a vow and returns without the one he guaranteed has forfeited something that can't be recovered. Judah understands this. He isn't speaking now to preserve his reputation. He's speaking because he means every word of it. And then he arrives at the center of what he has come to say. He tells Joseph that he can't go back to his father if the boy isn't with him. He can't witness the grief of a man who has already survived one loss that shouldn't have been survivable. So he offers himself. He says it without drama, without the language of heroism. He simply says, "Let your servant remain as a servant to my Lord in the place of the boy, and let the boy go back with his brothers. Because how can I go back to my father if the boy isn't with me? I couldn't bear to see the suffering that would come to my father." When Joseph heard all of it, he couldn't control himself before all those who stood with him, and he cried out, "Have everyone leave me." And no one else was present when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And Joseph wept aloud so that the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard it. And Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" The brothers couldn't answer him. The text records this with a plainness that carries enormous weight. They couldn't answer him because they were dismayed before him. Dismayed is a word that reaches past ordinary surprise into something closer to terror, the kind that takes the voice entirely. Here was the man who held their lives, who held Simeon, who had placed the cup in Benjamin's sack, and he was saying a name that should have been impossible, a name that belonged to a grave, to a pit, to 22 years of grief and guilt. They stood before him and couldn't speak. Consider what this moment required of them. Everything they had carried since that day in the fields of Dothan was suddenly present in the room. Every year they had watched their father mourn. Every time they had spoken Joseph's name as a fact of loss rather than a living man. Every calculation they had made about what the future held. All of it collapsed in a single sentence spoken by a man in Egyptian linen who was weeping so hard that Pharaoh's servants heard it in the next room. Joseph didn't wait for them to recover. He spoke into their silence because he understood that silence wasn't what they needed. He said, "Come near to me, please." And he said, "I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt." And then, almost immediately, he said what would become the center of his understanding of his own life. "Do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here. God sent me before you to preserve life. This wasn't a performance." There's a quality to what Joseph said in that room that bears close attention, because it would have been easy, entirely understandable, for a man in Joseph's position to have used the moment differently. He had power, he had grievance, he had 22 years of evidence that his brothers had chosen to be rid of him. And yet none of that was what came out of him when the room was finally stripped of all pretense. What came out was theology, not strategy, not managed reconciliation, not a careful weighing of what forgiveness might cost him. He had arrived at an understanding of his own story that accounted for the pit and the slavery and the false accusation and the prison and the forgotten years, that accounted for all of it and had organized it around a conviction that God's hand had been present in every chapter. "You meant evil against me." He didn't minimize what they had done. He said it plainly, but God meant it for good. He told them there were still 5 years of famine remaining. He told them to hurry back to Canaan, to bring their father, to bring their households. He told them they would live in Goshen and that he would provide for them. He spoke quickly, urgently, the way a man speaks when he has been waiting a long time to say something, and the moment has finally arrived. Then he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept. Benjamin wept on his neck. These were the 2 sons of Rachel, the 2 sons of the same mother, and they hadn't seen each other since Benjamin was a child. Then Joseph kissed each of his brothers and wept over them, one by one. After that, it says, his brothers talked with him. After that, his brothers talked with him, and the weeping was finished, or at least the first wave of it was, and something that had been held apart for 22 years came back together in that room in Egypt. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Say to your brothers, do this. Load your animals and go back to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households and come to me, and I'll give you the best of the land of Egypt." This wasn't a small offer. Pharaoh had heard the weeping from Joseph's chamber. The whole household had heard it. And now the news had moved through the palace the way news moves through any enclosed world, quickly, reshaping everything it touched. Pharaoh was pleased. The man he had elevated above all Egypt, the man whose wisdom had prepared the kingdom for 7 years of devastation, had a father still living in Canaan, and brothers standing in the room where the weeping had come from. Pharaoh gave the order without hesitation. Wagons were sent. This detail is worth holding for a moment. Wagons weren't simple things in the ancient world. They represented the resources of a kingdom extended outward, a practical and visible sign of imperial generosity. Pharaoh wasn't offering words. He was offering transportation, provision, the material means of a family uprooting itself from one world and moving into another. He told Joseph to tell his brothers not to worry about their goods. The best of all the land would be theirs. Whatever they left behind wasn't worth grieving. So the brothers left Egypt the way they had arrived, moving north through the same terrain, but carrying something entirely different with them. They had come hungry and accused and frightened. They were returning with grain, with wagons, with an impossible message. Joseph is alive. He isn't dead. He's second only to Pharaoh over all the land of Egypt, and he has told us to bring you down to him. There's no account of what the journey back felt like, what they said to each other in the long hours on the road. The text moves past it. What it records is the arrival and the telling. When they told Jacob, his heart went numb. The Hebrew word used here suggests something close to fainting. Not disbelief exactly, but a kind of shock so total the body almost doesn't know how to carry it. Jacob had lived for more than 20 years with Joseph's death as a settled and permanent fact. He had folded his grief into himself and gone on living with it, the way a man learns to carry a wound that won't fully close. And now his sons were standing before him saying the wound had never been what he thought it was. Joseph is alive. He rules Egypt. And then Jacob saw the wagons. Something turned in him when he saw them. The text says his spirit revived. Not his mind, not his understanding. His spirit. Something beneath reasoning responded to the physical reality of what Pharaoh had sent. These wagons were real. They had come from somewhere. They were standing in front of him in Canaan, and a dead man couldn't have sent them. Jacob said, "It is enough. Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." This is what the promise looks like from the inside. Not a vision, not an angel descending in fire. An old man standing in front of wagons he didn't expect, saying, "It's enough." The God who had spoken to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob himself had been working through 22 years of silence and suffering. And here was the result of it, alive, ruling, waiting. Jacob set out from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried their father and their little ones and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to carry him, and they went into Egypt. He sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to show the way before him in Goshen, and they came into the land of Goshen, and Joseph prepared his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father. When he reached his father, he fell on his neck and wept. The text records that he wept a long time. 22 years had passed since Jacob had last seen his son's face, since the coat had come back bloodied, and everything that came after had come after. Jacob had carried the weight of that loss through every year of the famine, through every mile of the journey south, through the crossing of every border. And now the weight was simply gone. He said what an old man says when the impossible thing finally happens. He said, "Now I can die, having seen your face, knowing that you're still alive." This is a statement that requires understanding. Jacob wasn't expressing despair. He was expressing completion. The grief that had structured his final decades was resolved. Whatever remained of his life, it would be lived with this knowledge: that Joseph wasn't dead, that the boy he had loved and lost was standing before him, governing Egypt, weeping into his neck. That was enough. That was more than enough. Joseph composed himself and turned to the practical work his position required. He went ahead to Pharaoh and told him his family had arrived from Canaan with their flocks and herds and everything they owned. Then he brought 5 of his brothers before Pharaoh. The selection of 5, rather than all 11, was deliberate. Joseph understood courts. He understood how to manage a presentation, how to ask for what you need without overreaching. Pharaoh asked them directly what their occupation was. They answered plainly, shepherds, as their fathers had been. They asked for permission to settle in Goshen because the pasture land in Canaan had been stripped by the famine. Pharaoh granted it. He told Joseph to settle them in the best of the land. If any of them had ability, Pharaoh said, let them oversee his own livestock as well. This wasn't merely tolerance, it was a welcome with practical responsibility attached to it. Then Joseph brought Jacob himself before Pharaoh. The meeting of these two men is one of the quiet astonishments of the account. Jacob was a man of tents and fields and wrestling in the dark with angels. Pharaoh was the most powerful figure in the ancient world, and Jacob blessed him, not once but twice, at the beginning of the audience and at the end. Pharaoh asked him his age. Jacob answered that he was 130 years old, and that the years of his life had been few and difficult, that they hadn't reached the years of his fathers before him. There's no self-pity in this statement, and no performance of humility. It's simply honest. Jacob had lived a life of struggle from the womb forward. He had deceived and been deceived. He had labored and mourned and wrestled and wandered. 130 years, and they had been hard ones. He said so plainly to the ruler of Egypt, and then he blessed him again and went out. Joseph provided for them all through the remaining years of the famine. The family settled in Goshen, in the region he had prepared for them, and they weren't merely sustained, they grew. The text doesn't detail the years that followed with any precision, but it records their shape. Israel settled in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they gained possessions in it and were fruitful and multiplied greatly. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, "If now I've found favor in your sight, put your hand under my thigh and promise to deal kindly and truly with me. Don't bury me in Egypt." The gesture itself carried the full weight of the ancient world. To place the hand beneath the thigh was a form of oath older than any written code, binding in the deepest sense a man could conceive. Jacob wasn't simply expressing a preference about where his body would rest. He was making a theological declaration. Egypt wasn't his land. The promises hadn't been made here. Abraham, Isaac, the cave at Machpelah and the field of Ephron. That was where the covenant dead were gathered, and Jacob intended to be among them. Joseph swore he would carry his father home. Jacob lived 17 years in Egypt. He had arrived as a man of 130, broken by decades of grief, and he had lived to 147 in the house of his son, 17 years. Roughly the same number of years Joseph had spent with him in Canaan before the brothers sold him. There's a symmetry in that which the text doesn't announce, but which is difficult not to notice. When the time came, Joseph was told that his father was failing, and he brought his two sons with him, Manasseh and Ephraim, the sons born in Egypt, the sons whose very names carried Joseph's entire history compressed into single words. Jacob gathered his strength and sat up in the bed. He rehearsed for Joseph the promises. God Almighty had appeared to him at Luz in the land of Canaan. He had blessed him there. He had promised him fruitfulness, a great company of peoples, and the land. And now, Jacob said, your two sons who were born to you in Egypt before I came to you in Egypt, they're mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, as Reuben and Simeon are mine. He brought the boys forward, Manasseh on the right, toward Jacob's right hand. This was the natural arrangement. Manasseh was the firstborn. The right hand of blessing belonged to him. But Israel crossed his hands. His right hand came to rest on Ephraim's head, the younger. His left hand on Manasseh's head, the elder. He blessed Joseph and called on the God before whom his fathers Abraham and Isaac had walked, the God who had shepherded him all his life long, the angel who had redeemed him from all evil. He called on that God to bless the boys. Joseph saw the crossed hands and tried to correct him. He took his father's right hand to move it from Ephraim to Manasseh. He said, "Not this way, father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." Jacob refused. He knew what he was doing. He said, "I know, my son, I know. Manasseh also shall be great. But his younger brother shall be greater, and his offspring shall become a multitude of nations." This pattern had run through the entire story of the patriarchs, the younger chosen over the elder, Isaac over Ishmael, Jacob over Esau, Joseph over his brothers, Ephraim over Manasseh. The world's accounting of who deserves what, who carries precedence, who holds the right. God had consistently set it aside and operated by a different measure entirely. Then Jacob called all his sons to him. What followed was a long and extraordinary address, part blessing, part prophecy, part honest reckoning. Each son heard something specific. Reuben, the firstborn, had forfeited his preeminence. Simeon and Levi had let their anger make them violent. Judah would hold the scepter. Benjamin was a ravenous wolf. Joseph was a fruitful vine. Each word was weighted with the full knowledge of a man who had watched his sons for a lifetime, who had seen what they were capable of and what it had cost. He finished. He had said everything he needed to say. He had secured the burial oath. He had blessed the grandsons. He had spoken over each of his 12 sons. When Jacob had finished commanding his sons, he drew up his feet into the bed and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. When his brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "Perhaps Joseph will hate us and pay us back for all the evil that we did to him." But before the fear there was grief. Joseph fell over his father's face and wept over him and kissed him. The weeping wasn't restrained. It was the kind that comes from the deepest place in a person, the kind that doesn't care who's watching. Jacob was gone, and Joseph had known him again for 17 years in Egypt, and now that was finished. He ordered the physicians to embalm Israel his father, and the physicians did so. 40 days was the time required for embalming. This was the Egyptian custom, the careful preparation of the body for what came after. Egypt mourned Jacob for 70 days. 70 days is a significant mourning, a mourning reserved for figures of great importance. That a foreigner, a shepherd from Canaan, a Hebrew patriarch, would be mourned for 70 days in the land of Egypt says something about the position Joseph held there, and something about how completely the hand of God had reversed the conditions of this family's existence. When the days of mourning were past, Joseph spoke to Pharaoh's household. He had made a promise to his father. He wouldn't break it. He asked permission to go up and bury Jacob in the cave that Jacob had prepared for himself in the land of Canaan, and Pharaoh gave his blessing. What followed was a procession of extraordinary size. Pharaoh's servants went, and the elders of his household, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the household of Joseph, and his brothers, and his father's household. Chariots and horsemen went with them. It was a very great company. The Canaanites who lived along the road watched this caravan pass and were struck by what they saw. When they came to the threshing floor of Atad, beyond the Jordan, they lamented there with a very great and grievous lamentation, and Joseph mourned for his father 7 days. The Canaanites looked and said, "This is a grievous mourning for Egypt," and the place was named Abel Mizraim, the mourning of Egypt. Jacob was carried into the land of Canaan and buried in the cave of the field of Machpelah, the field Abraham had purchased from Ephron the Hittite to be a burial place. Abraham was there, and Sarah. Isaac was there, and Rebekah. Leah was there. Now Jacob lay among them. The long journey of his life, the heel-grabbing and the bargaining, the years of labor for a wife, the wrestling in the dark, the grief over Joseph, the descent into Egypt, all of it came to rest in that cave, in that land, on that promise. He had made Joseph swear not to bury him in Egypt. The promise was kept. Then the procession returned. They came back to Egypt, and the fear came with them. This is worth considering carefully. The brothers had lived 17 years in Goshen with their father alive, and Joseph reconciled to them. 17 years. Long enough, one might think, for fear to have dissolved entirely. But fear of this particular shape doesn't dissolve so easily. Jacob had been, in their minds, a kind of protection, a buffer. Joseph wouldn't act against them while their father lived. He wouldn't add that grief to Jacob's last years. But now there was no father. Nothing stood between them and whatever Joseph had been holding back. They began to recalculate. They began to wonder whether the warmth they had received these 17 years had been genuine, or whether it had been restrained judgment, waiting for this moment. They sent a message to Joseph. "Your father gave this command before he died," he said. "Say to Joseph, please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, because they did evil to you. And now please forgive the transgression of the servants of the God of your father." Whether Jacob had actually given such a command, the text doesn't confirm. What it records is that the brothers sent the message, and that they came themselves and fell down before Joseph and said, "We're your servants." Joseph wept when he heard it, not from anger, not from bitterness vindicated. He wept because they were still afraid, because after everything, after the feast and the embraces and the 17 years, they had still not been able to fully believe that the forgiveness was real. "Do not be afraid," he said to them. "Am I in the place of God? You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today. I will provide for you and your little ones." So he comforted them and spoke kindly to them, and the fear they had carried all the way from Canaan began, slowly, to loosen its hold. Joseph lived 110 years, and he saw Ephraim's children of the third generation, and the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were counted as Joseph's own. 110 years. In the ancient Egyptian tradition, this was the ideal lifespan, the number associated with a life fully and rightly lived. Whether Joseph knew this, whether the text intends the resonance, is a matter scholars have debated at length. What's certain is that Joseph's years in Egypt weren't the years of a broken man. He had been given time enough to watch his grandsons and great-grandsons grow, time enough to hold children on his knees who bore the faces of a family that had nearly destroyed itself and instead had been made whole. This isn't an incidental detail. It's the text's quiet way of saying that the suffering didn't win. The pit didn't win. The prison didn't win. The man who had been stripped of everything ended his days surrounded by generations of his own blood, in a land that had once been his place of captivity and had become his place of abundance. But Joseph knew something the children on his knees didn't yet understand. He knew they weren't home. Egypt had been a provision, a shelter against famine, a place of reunion and survival. It wasn't the land of the promise. And Joseph, who had spent his entire adult life reading the shape of what God was doing beneath the surface of events, understood that the story wasn't finished. The covenant made to Abraham, renewed to Isaac, renewed again to Jacob at Beersheba on the night before the journey south. That covenant hadn't been set aside. It had simply not yet arrived at its completion. So when his time drew near, Joseph called his brothers to him. These were old men by now, men who had lived long enough to see their own fear gradually give way to something steadier. He spoke to them plainly, the way a man speaks when he no longer has time for anything less than what's true. "God will surely visit you," he told them. The word he used carried within it a certainty that wasn't wishful thinking or the comfort of a dying man reaching for consolation. It was the language of covenant. God will act. God will come. God will bring you up out of this land to the land he swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. The promise won't remain unfulfilled simply because circumstances have made it seem impossible. This is how Joseph understood the whole of his life. Not as a series of disasters survived, but as a single continuous movement guided by a hand that didn't withdraw even when it was invisible. He made them swear an oath. When the visitation comes, when God brings you out of Egypt, carry my bones with you. Don't leave them here. The bones mattered because the land mattered. To be buried in Egypt was to belong to Egypt in some final way, and Joseph didn't belong to Egypt. He belonged to the promise. He had administered Egypt, served Egypt, saved Egypt. But his bones were to rest in Canaan, in the land of his fathers, in the ground that God had set apart. They swore it. And then Joseph died. The embalming took its course, as it had with Jacob before him, and the body of the man who had interpreted dreams and fed nations and wept over his brothers and forgiven what seemed unforgivable was placed in a coffin in Egypt. The coffin didn't move. Years would pass. Generations would pass. The name of the Pharaoh who had known Joseph would fade from the memory of the court, and new kings would rise who knew nothing of what had been done, and the people of Israel would multiply and eventually find themselves in a bondage far heavier than anything Joseph had known. But the coffin would remain. The bones would remain. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt, and his bones stayed there, in the dark of that coffin, waiting. There was a beginning once, before the brothers in the pit and the palace, before the famine and the tears and the long reunion. There was only darkness over the face of the deep, and a voice that spoke into it, and light. That's where everything started. Not with a plan you could have predicted, not with anything the world would have recognized as power, only a voice. And then light where there had been none, and the waters separating, and the dry land appearing, and the evening and the morning, the first day. Think about what that first light was. It had never existed before. There was no darkness that had been waiting to receive it. There was only the moment before, and then the moment after, and in between them, something called into being out of nothing. That's how this story began. And in some sense, it's how every part of it continued. There was a garden. 4 rivers moved through it, and they had names, and they went out from one place and divided to water the whole earth. Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, Euphrates. The water didn't argue with its direction. It went where it was sent, and the land was fed. A man and a woman walked in the cool of the evening, and God walked there too, and the world was new enough that this wasn't remarkable. It was simply the way things were. Then came the wandering, tents pitched beside wells, the smell of dust and evening fire, animals settling for the night, children already asleep. Abraham standing outside his tent under a sky so thick with stars it would have been difficult to find the dark spaces between them, and God saying, "Count them if you can," and Abraham knowing he couldn't, and being given the promise anyway, not because he had earned it, not because he was the obvious choice, but because God works through the unexpected, the unlikely, the ones the world has already passed over. Stars above, sand below, and a man standing between them, believing. A ladder, later, set up on the earth and the top of it reaching to heaven. Angels ascending and descending on it, and Jacob lying at the bottom, asleep on his stone pillow, and not knowing that the ground he was sleeping on was held by something larger than he understood. He was running away. He had taken what wasn't his, and he was running, and God appeared anyway. As if the running were beside the point. As if the promise didn't require Jacob to be good before it could be kept. The latter wasn't earned, neither was the promise. And then the night road, the ford of the Jabbok, a man wrestling in the dark with something he couldn't see clearly, and not letting go, and being wounded in the struggle, and receiving a new name with the wound. Israel, one who strives with God. He walked differently after that. The limp stayed with him, but so did the blessing. Grain stored in every city of Egypt. Storehouses filling slowly, year by year, while the good years still held. Joseph moving through the land of his suffering, collecting what would be needed for the years no one else saw coming. His sons growing. Manasseh, because God made him forget. Ephraim, because God made him fruitful. Both names a kind of prayer, both names a record of what it costs to be shaped by a long story you didn't choose. The light at the beginning, the rivers, the stars, the tent and the well and the ladder and the wound and the weeping. All of it moving in one direction, slowly, through the dark, the way a river moves when you can't see it, the way grain grows before anyone comes to cut it, the way a long night eventually becomes morning. Let your breathing slow. The first light. The garden. Stars too many to count. A ladder in the dark. A river finding its way. A son who wept. A blessing given with crossed hands. Bones waiting in Egypt for a journey not yet taken. You've been somewhere tonight. You've passed through a long and ancient story. And it has asked nothing of you except your attention, and you've given it. Now you can rest. You need carry nothing further tonight.